Good morning, everyone. Luis Muñoz is going to start our conference by doing our land acknowledgement.
Hello, everyone. Hola. This is Luis Muñoz, past president of the Reforma Northeast chapter and currently serving on ALA Council. Before we start this year's joint mini conference, we wish to make a simple land acknowledgement to recognize and respect the traditional indigenous inhabitants and cultures of the lands from which each of us in today's virtual conference is participating, wherever you may be, and to honor the past, present, and future legacies of these peoples. In my case, I am in New Jersey on Lenape homelands. If you know the tribes that traditionally lived in the area where you are, we invite you to introduce yourself and those tribes in the chat box, where you'll find more information about the significance of land and territorial acknowledgement. Please enjoy today's joint mini conference.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 16th Annual Reforma Northeast Chapter Joint Mini Conference 2020, Facing New Challenges, Working in Community, Responding to Crisis. My name is Adriana Blancarte-Hayward. I work at the New York Public Library, and I am the president of the Reforma Northeast Chapter 2019-2020 and chair of this year's Joint Mini Conference Committee. In the midst of planning for this year's conference, the global pandemic hit. I proposed to the team the idea of moving the conference online, something new for all of us. And I'm proud to say everyone joined in and supported the idea. And we have been working hard, learning, and having fun along the way. Thank you to Asuncion, Elisa, Fred, Livy, Linda, Luis, Mary, Manny, Roxana, Tania, and Tess, part of Mi Familia Reforma. I hope you enjoy our conference. We have a great lineup of presenters for you today. We have diverse voices and representations from library staff from all kinds of libraries. And thanks to being a virtual event from all over the United States. We will also have a wellness break, an author panel on the immigrant experience, or award ceremony, and an opportunity to network at the end. Please visit our conference website for all details. I also want to thank our sponsors, who are always very supportive of our chapter and the events. And this year, they contribute a donation towards our scholarship fund. Chauluna, CINCO Book, Penguin Random House Vintage Español, Scholastic, Lectorum, Spanish Publishers, and Centrum Bookstore Market. Please use the hashtag JMC2020 on your social media posts. And as a reminder, these presentations will be recorded for future viewing. And now, I am very honored to introduce to you Richard Ashby Jr., Director of the Focus on Renewal Sto-Rox Public Library and President of the Black Caucus of the American Library Association, BCALA, who will lead us today in the acknowledgement and celebration of Juneteenth. Please help me welcome Richard.
Good morning, and God bless everyone. I'm so pleased and proud to be here. I thank you for allowing us to be part of your wonderful celebration this morning.
Richard, I'm sorry, your camera needs to be turned on. Thank you.
Can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay. So good morning. We're here to celebrate the Juneteenth, and I appreciate you inviting BCLA and me to speak this morning. Juneteenth, also known as Freedom Day, Jubilee Day, and Liberation Day, is an official American holiday and an official state holiday in 47 states, celebrated annually on the 19th of June in the United States to commemorate the Union Army General Gordon Granger announcing federal orders in the city of Galveston, Texas on June 19, 1865, proclaiming that all slaves in Texas are now free. Slaves are all free. Headquarters District of Texas, Galveston, Texas, June 19, 1865. General Orders Number 3. The people of Texas are informed that, in accordance with the proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of personal rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection herefore existing between them becomes that between employee and hired employer. The freedmen are advised to remain quietly at their present homes and work for wages. They are informed that they will not be allowed to collect at military posts, and they will not be supported in idleness either there or elsewhere by command of Major General Granger, United States Army. Although the Emancipation Proclamation had formally freed them almost 2.5 years earlier, and the American Civil War had largely ended with defeat of the Confederate States in April, Texas was the most remote of the slave states with a low presence of Union troops, so enforcement of the proclamation had not been done or had been done slowly and inconsistently. A common misconception of this day marks the end of slavery in the United States, although this day marks the emancipation of all slaves in the Confederacy. The institution of slavery was still legal and existed in Union border states after June 19th, 1865. Slavery in the United States did not officially end until the ratification of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States on December 6, 1865, which abolished slavery entirely in the United States and all of its territories. Celebrations dated back from 1866 and first involving churches and the community. And we still celebrate Juneteenth today. And it's really interesting that we are celebrating Juneteenth in the middle of this time in America. We are now seeing a new normal. We are seeing social reform. We are seeing things that we thought the proclamation had eradicated. So this morning, I invite everyone to relive that day of June 19th in 1865. I invite everyone to become proactive in your freedom. I invite everyone to remember that June 19th, 1865 was merely words written on the paper, and they were not really carried out, and they're still not being carried out today in America. I invite everyone on this webinar, in this conference, to take an inside, in-depth look at yourself. Are you free today? Are you free in your own feelings about yourself and other people that are not like you? Do you need an emancipation? Do you need a personal Juneteenth? Does your community need a Juneteenth? Does your library need a Juneteenth? This is something that we all have to take a look at ourselves. Prejudice and racism is not just in the atmosphere, it's in our lives and it's in our libraries. And we have to eradicate this for ourselves. We need our own personal emancipation. We need our own social and community emancipation. So let's not let Juneteenth go by without examining ourselves. I invite everyone to continue to march, protest, and sit in. March to your libraries, march to your museums, your churches, your synagogues, your mosques. Learn about your history. Learn about what freedom really means. Learn about social injustice and how to eradicate it from our community. I invite you to sit in your libraries, sit in with your children, sit in the classrooms with your children. Make sure that they're being taught the history correctly. And most of all, I invite you to protest peacefully, protest the injustices, the systematic injustices, the micromanagement of us in our library systems. Well, don't let June 19th go by without making a personal commitment to make sure that you are emancipated, to make sure that your library is emancipated, your family and your community is emancipated. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day and enjoy your June 19th and make a personal commitment to have your own personal emancipation. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Richard, for sharing those words with us. We have a couple of minutes. If anyone has any questions or comments for Richard, please feel free to ask them in the Q&A box. Thank you. I'm going to give some moments in case anyone does have questions for you, Richard.
No problem. I see my dear friend Elisa Garcia is here. Good morning, Elisa and Loida. Good morning.
So not a question, but a comment from Ana Corral. Just want to say Thank you for those inspiring words and a great way to start.
Thank you so very much. Oh, one thing I wanted to bring out before we go, that Juneteenth is also celebrated by the Hispanic community in Mexico. My Spanish is horrible. Alicia could tell you that. The Mascogas, descendants of the Black Seminoles in Cuchula, Mexico, celebrate June 19th. So Juneteenth is not just a Black celebration. As we know, we had slaves were in Mexico also from Africa, and so it's a cultural thing. There's such a deep connection between Blacks and Hispanics that I don't think that is taught. I think that is purposely left out of our both combined histories, and that's why I love Reforma so much, and because they give these platforms, they give people opportunities to learn about the connection between Black Americans, Hispanic Americans. We all have the same plight, rich history between us.
Yes, somebody pointed in the chat box as well from all our indigenous peoples around the world. So yes, and it goes with the theme of our conference that we're working in community, working together. So yes. We're very honored to have you join us. Thank you, Richard.
I'm honored to be here. My first Reforma conference was in Manhattan in 2007, and I was just and like when I first became in the BCALA, I was so surprised to see all the Black librarians. I was like, wow. Then when I went to Reforma, I was like, wow. Whoa. You know, it was wonderful.
And just to mention, Linda Caicedo sharing the chat box. I don't know if everybody knows in the U.S., but New York State has made Juneteenth an official holiday this year. So,
and so did Virginia.
Okay.
And Philadelphia, the city, made it an official holiday also. And Columbia University yesterday.
Columbia University yesterday, yes. Yeah, so it's great to see that this is happening.
Yes. And just a quick word. I need to tell this story about my friend Elisa Garcia. Elisa, I won't tell it today.
Okay. Next time. Great to hear that Connecticut is also considering it. So yeah, Manuel Figueroa says it should be a national holiday. So
yeah, maybe after 45 goes back to wherever he's going, that we can have it. It'll be the next president will make it push it for a national holiday. I say 45 because I can't say his name.
New York State Executive Order 204 declared yesterday. Yes, that was in New York.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Richard, again.
And have a wonderful conference, and see you all soon, I hope, after this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We're waiting for our keynote to join us. While we do that, I want to go over a little bit of the technical aspects today. So just so you all know, the chat box is open, as you have seen, so feel free to chat among yourselves or respond to presenters' questions there. If you have a specific question for our presenters, please use the Q&A box. That way it will be easy for us to identify when someone requires an answer from our presenter. And I'm very happy to see that we have people joining us from all over. That's very exciting to see. We have so far 109 people present, and I see the number just keeps getting higher. So thank you so much for joining us. I understand some of you are on the West Coast, so thank you for joining us so early. We're very glad you decided to start your day with us. And thank you for the East Coast people as well. I know 9 o'clock is a little bit of a start. At least we didn't have to commute very far this morning. So thank you for being here. I'll be right back. I just need to answer a question from our next presenter. Thank you. Is joining us now, but is taking a moment with the equipment. So we'll be right back. Thank you for your patience. We're back on. And again, thank you again, Richard, for your very inspiring words this morning. I would like now to welcome our keynote speaker. I'm delighted to introduce to you Rhonda Evans from the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture from the New York Public Library, who will be talking today about the power of libraries in times of crisis. Thank you, Rhonda.
Now, can you hear me? Oh, great. Okay. So I'm just going to try to share my screen here. And it's not giving me the option, which is strange. There we go. Now I can do it. All right. Okay, great. And so if you have any, I can't see you, unfortunately, but please let me know if you have any problems hearing me or seeing the slides, or maybe Adriana, you can text me since I might not be able to see the chat. But first, I just want to say happy Juneteenth, and I want to thank all of the organizers of the Reforma mini conference for inviting me here today. I'm so excited to speak to you. And so I'm just going to jump right in, and I want to talk a little bit about the power of libraries in times of crises. And when I first wrote this talk, it was actually before all of the different social uprisings and what's happening now with Black Lives Matter. So, you know, this has become even more relevant. And I also want to apologize because they're doing some construction on my building. So you might hear a little bit of banging or drilling. So let's get started. As some of you may know, some of my colleagues at NYPL, I co-host our podcast called The Librarian is In. And on my recent episode, I talked about a book called Freedom Libraries. And I want to talk a little bit about that book to you today. And it's Freedom Libraries, The Untold Story of Libraries for African Americans in the South by the author is Mike Selby. So what the Freedom Libraries were was a result of the Freedom Summer in 1964. And so that was the civil rights organization sent a lot of different volunteers to the Deep South for voter registration. We probably have all kind of heard a little bit about the Freedom Summer, at least. And so the purpose of creating these Freedom Libraries was to remedy the lack of access that African Americans had to libraries at the time. And, you know, this could be a whole speech in itself, you know, the fight for access to public libraries. But another reason to create these libraries was to really fight the voter suppression, which used a lot of literacy tests. So these were kind of the purposes for creating these Freedom Libraries. And this is a picture of the Greenville 8, a group of students who did sit in at the Greenville Public Library to try to gain access. So the Freedom Libraries had some really amazing results. Number one, they obviously provided access to books. Since African Americans in the South could not use the public libraries, they were able to come here and actually gain access to books that they did not have before. And not just any books, but books that they really wanted. Books that focused on skills, books that focused on Black history and were written by Black authors. They had all types of classes, including language classes, sewing classes, just like we do at our public libraries. And they had children's programs. And of course, this was the civil rights movement. So it provided a meeting space as well. And here are two photographs from the children's programs during the Freedom Libraries. And so, of course, creating this Freedom Libraries during the Civil Rights Movement in the Deep South presented lots of challenges. So one of those challenges they had were spaces, because even the people who wanted to support the Civil Rights Movement in the South didn't want to deal with the harassment or some of the terrorism that came with it at the time. So they really had to struggle to find a place to house these libraries. They had to figure out how are they going to get books, right? They didn't have a lot of money for these programs. So they would put ads in magazines and use all kind of creative ways to get the materials that the patrons wanted. And even transporting the books was a big issue because, you know, sometimes the trucks would have the tires shot out or the drivers would get arrested because people did not want these libraries to exist. And of course, during this time in the Deep South, violence was a real issue. There were actually a few people who worked in the Freedom Libraries who even lost their lives during this time. And we all know that some of the people during the Freedom Summer definitely lost their lives due to the violence of racism. And if you look at this photograph here, here are two people, actually one person with a shotgun protecting the Freedom Library. So obviously they came with all different kind of challenges. And two stories from this book that really stood out to me that I just want to talk about really briefly are the Hayneville and Vicksburg Freedom Libraries. The Hayneville Library was in Alabama and the Vicksburg was in Mississippi. So with the Hayneville Library, the McDonald family was a family of African Americans. It was 10 people in the home, and they actually offered a room in their home to house one of the Freedom Libraries. And when the Klan found out, they came and shot up the entire home in the middle of the night. Luckily, no one was harmed, but that was the end of the Freedom Library in that location. And the Vicksburg Freedom Library also suffered a kind of similar fate. They were actually bombed by the Klan. And of course, no one was hurt again, but that was the end of that location. So these were two tragic events. Luckily, no lives were lost, but it got rid of this library, this place where people could come and learn and connect. But what stood out to me about these stories was the ending, how these stories kind of ended and what happened afterwards. And I'm going to leave you on a bit of a cliffhanger here, and we're going to come back to that. So as I was reading this book, what I thought about was how have libraries really supported communities in times of distress and in times of crisis? And it made me want to look into it just a little bit more. And of course, looking back at it, I was able to easily find many examples of how libraries have supported our communities in times of crisis. So of course, an obvious example is the war efforts, World War I and World War II, and all of the US conflicts in between and after that. And in World War I, librarians even went to the front lines to provide information and books and comfort to people who were on the front line. So here's a picture from the New York Public Library during Hurricane Sandy. Even during natural disasters, when libraries are able to bring people in, not just for books and for information, but for different resources, for even just a place to sit, to use the facilities, libraries have always been there during these type of incidences as well. And of course, the economic crisis. We're going through one right now, but the 2008 economic crisis. And here's a photograph from the New York Public Library during the Great Depression. So during the economic crisis, libraries have provided classes and resources and career counseling and other social services to our patrons. And then in all types of disasters that we can't even hit, for example, the 9/11, which from that one incident, all different types of crisis and distress and needs for the library services came up. So libraries have really been there through everything. And even, of course, looking recently about what's happening now, this is a little excerpt from the bulletin of the New York Public Library 100 years ago talking about the influenza, which really mirrors what's happening today with the coronavirus. And the New York Public Library actually stayed open during the 1918 influenza. I don't know if that was the best decision, but again, even through these times, libraries have always been there to support during times of crisis. And since, this is a Reforma mini conference today, I have to talk about the Children in Crisis Project. Definitely always staying on top of what the needs are today of our community and of the people that we serve, no matter where they are, making sure they have the information, making sure they have the resources that they need. And even today with the Black Lives Matter movement, with the protests, with the social justice movements that are going on right now, libraries did not wait to respond. They got in there. People had a need for information, they wanted resources, and the libraries, obviously were on top of that and were able to come up with things, and some of us were out there in the streets protesting. So always being there when our community needs us. So looking back at all of these different events, I realized that there were a few themes that I saw, a few lessons that came out of those events of how libraries are able to support our communities during these times. And the first one is that people will always need libraries. I feel like every few years or even every few months, there's these articles that come out that say, are libraries really relevant in 2020? Are libraries really relevant in 2015? I feel like I always see those articles, but it's times like these where we really see why people will always need libraries. Of course, access, right? Right now there is this desire to really learn about what's happening, for example, with the Black experience. And we in libraries have been providing lists and groups and classes and providing the access to these materials that people need. And even in electronic format with coronavirus, when people couldn't go to the physical library, still providing access to what people are desiring. Providing a community, looking back at the Freedom Libraries. The libraries were a meeting space for the civil rights movement. And even now, people needed to be connected because of the social distancing. So providing online forums and community. And even we can see that with the 100,000 Readers Program, which was something that was created by the New York Public Library to increase the number of library card holders, after we closed, our electronic library cards shot up because people realized that they wanted to have access and needed our sources. And this is a picture of something that we do every year. It's our little Post-its virtual Post-its that our patrons can talk about how they feel about the library. And every year looking at these, it really affirms the work that we do. And another thing is that I found is that embracing the unknown and adaptability. Those of us who work in libraries are so good at this. No matter what type of resources that we have, especially now in this upcoming, financial crisis that we're in, we don't know what's available to us. We don't know how many staff members we're even going to have to work with, unfortunately. But we're always able to use the resources that we have to serve our community. And even with limited resources, the creativity that I see from people who are being in these situations that they've never experienced before, with the coronavirus, finding ways to still connect with the patrons and serve the patrons and talking to patrons by phone and by email and by chat. And understanding what our community needs. And again, I see that right now with the social justice movements that are going on, finding out what people are really desiring to understand and fulfilling those needs. And this is a photograph from the New York Public Library's digital collection of a library that's on a hospital boat. And you can see they have the books in the basket and they've created their traveling displays. So just showing adaptability and creativity. And even going through these crises, even with our adaptability and our understanding of what our community needs, how have we really been able to be successful? That was something that I was also really curious about. And I'm seeing this now more than ever, but a community. And I'm not talking about our outside community. I'm talking about the internal library community. So this is a picture of the library at the New York Public Library performing their advocacy every year in Albany. But I've been seeing during the pandemic and during the social justice movement, that we have really come together in forums like these online conferences, webinars, meetups, virtual meetups, really coming together to share resources, to talk to each other, to tell each other how we're dealing with these situations. And having this internal community is something that has really made us successful and really has helped us survive all of these different moments of distress and crisis. And of course, one of the things that I want to emphasize now, and I think that has helped us get through these past crises, is that to understand that we are in this crisis too, and to be able to support each other and to stay connected. And this was an image that was shared to me by another library colleague, and I wish I could credit who had created it, but I don't know. But one of the things, and you can read them all for yourself, that I really like is the first one. You are not working from home. You are at your home during a crisis trying to work. And this applies to what's happening with the coronavirus, to what's happening with the social justice movement. Because through all of this, we are all impacted some way or another. And this time is very stressful. And especially for those of us who work in libraries, because people are really leaning on us right now for resources. And especially as communities of color, people are really coming us to now to kind of get the knowledge that we have. People are trying to learn. People really want that. And that can be stressful for us. So it's really important to understand that the crisis is affecting us too, and to have these ways to support each other and to stay connected. Again, and I'm seeing that virtually with virtual hangouts and coffees that people are doing. But this is another way for us to really stay strong and support our communities. So I want to go back to those kind of stories that I told to you in the beginning about the Hayneville Library and the Vicksburg Freedom Libraries. So as I mentioned, both of those libraries were destroyed through racism, through hatred. But what happened afterwards? What happened afterwards is that those who built those libraries and worked in those libraries picked up and started all over again. I believe the Hayneville libraries, they used a shed to create a new library. The Vicksburg library was able to find another location and start the library over again. And they had to start from scratch. They had to be creative. But what's most important is everyone who used those libraries before came back again to use those libraries. Even knowing that the previous libraries were destroyed, even understanding the risk of going to these libraries, they understood the value of the libraries and they came back. So what's important about this message, I believe, is that no matter kind of what it looks like when we begin to reopen, when we begin to kind of rebuild our community, because we are entering a new normal, people will be there for us. They are going to come back and they're going to work with us no matter what it looks like. So everyone is doing great work, and it's so important for us to take care of ourselves and able to take care of our community. And I know that I am kind of running short on time, so I am going to leave it there. But I know we don't have time for questions, but I did want to put my email here, so that if any of you want to reach out to me or to talk for any reason, I'm happy to do that. And I want to thank you again for inviting me here today, and happy Juneteenth.
Thank you very much, Rhonda. And we're actually doing great on time. So if anyone has a couple of questions, we do have a few minutes. I do want to say some of the comments that really resonated with me as well. Lisa mentioned earlier, the comments keep coming, so I cannot find it anymore. But she said, fascinating. I hope library schools are offering courses that incorporate and focus on this. And I certainly agree. I think this is so important for people to know about this history, teach this history. So,
sure.
Yeah. And the rest is thank you. This is amazing and it's wonderful. So thank you very much, Rhonda. Does anyone have any questions for Rhonda? Please feel free to ask them in the Q&A box. A question we have is, what is the name of the book?
Yes, the book is called Freedom Libraries, and it's by Mike Selby.
Freedom Libraries. Okay.
Yes. And I'm looking at the chat. I see a question in the chat, Adriana. It's, can you speak more about your work at the Schomburg Center? I'm definitely happy to do that. So I'm not sure if you're speaking generally or about this specific incident or what's happening right now, but I'm the Assistant Chief Librarian of our Research and Reference Division. And so one of the things that we have work to do kind of concerning what's happening now is we've created our Black Liberation reading list, which you can access on the New York Public Library's website. And I believe today our children's list is coming out. But the list that came out about a week ago is 95 books to celebrate the 95th celebration of the Schomburg Center. And again, we call it Black Liberation, but it covers so much. It has fiction, nonfiction, graphic novels, everything that you can think of to kind of help to understand what's happening right now. Books for everyone. And again, the children's is coming out today. And at the Schomburg Center, in general, I work with the Research and Reference Division, which provides access to thousands and thousands of books, periodicals, pamphlets, everything you can think of that covers the African diaspora and African American diaspora.
Thank you, Rhonda. Another question that we receive is, will the slides be made available? They will be available after the conference as well. And we are also recording the keynote. So we're hoping technology works well and we can have that available as well. Okay, just giving it a moment to see if anyone else has any more questions.
No problem.
So a question that came in is, will the Black Liberation reading list, do you need a New York Public Library card to access it?
So yes, in order to access the books that are available electronically, you do need a New York Public Library card to access those books.
But the list is readily available online. Like if you want to know what titles are in it, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, the list is available to everyone. It's just, you can just go to nypl.org and the list, anyone can see the list. And we have provided, most of the books on there are available electronically through NYPL. but the list is what you can see.
Okay, great. So let's see. Okay, just a comment. Schomburg is a great library and named after a Black Puerto Rican bibliophile. So
Exactly. He's on a stamp this year. He just came out of the USPS stamp.
yes. Okay, well, thank you very much, Rhonda, again for joining us today and for such a powerful keynote to our conference. I hope everyone feels as invigorated and excited to see how through everything libraries have been there and the role that we continue to play. So thank you again, Rhonda, and I'll see you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So now we are moving along to our first presentation, and I'm introducing you to Tania Rios, who will be introducing our first presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tania Maria Rios, and I work at the Free Library of Philadelphia. I am a member of the Northeast chapter of Reforma and of the Joint Mini-Conference Committee. I'm here to introduce Alex Gil of Columbia University Libraries, who will be presenting today, Librarian Nimble Tense for Social Justice and Moments of Crisis. For more information and presenter bios, please visit the 2020 JMC website, and please remember to use our hashtag on social media, hashtag JMC2020. So again, for the sake of time, we will answer all questions at the end of the presentation. Feel free to ask those questions in the Q&A box, if you could consolidate the questions in the Q&A box versus the chat box. And make sure you press send to all panelists. As a reminder, the presentations are being recorded for future viewing. Thank you and enjoy.
Hi, everybody. Happy Juneteenth. I am very honored. Thank you for inviting me to participate today. I hope everybody can hear me. I'm outdoors and away from the city at my in-laws. Did you set it up so that I can share my screen? There it is. Thank you. All right. I will be sharing my screen on and off as I go along. Today, I wanted to introduce one concept and give you a couple of examples. I'm going to dedicate most of my time to one of the examples. But the take-home message is the overall concept. And that concept is the concept of a nimble tense. And in particular, how that nimble tense can be used for social justice and for moments of crisis, or both together. The idea started like about, started sort of forming and sort of coagulating like about 4 or 5 years, kind of solidifying. Simply defined, a nimble tense is when a team comes together that wasn't together before on a moment of crisis to work on a project fast in order to respond to that crisis, or just because they want to do a fast project. Usually, this team has several characteristics, but not necessarily all at the same time. They're cross-institutional, so they work, or cross-divisional, so it's not usually the team you usually work with. Not grant-funded, so it means you don't have extra money. You're working fast. You don't have time to ask for money. Usually, when the project or thing you're doing is over, the team disbands. And in most cases, the team communicates both synchronously and asynchronously. Now, that's the theory. Let me just flesh out the concept through the examples so that you start getting a better sense. But for those who want to read up more on the concept itself and on all the different examples we have compiled, except for the last one I'm going to be talking about today because that just happened right now, you can always visit this website that we created as a sort of toolkit for librarians on how to think about this idea and perhaps how to implement their own nimble tense in response to a crisis. Now, the first example, which is the example that actually got us thinking about this, that I'm going to be talking about today, is the example of the hashtag PR Mapathon, Puerto Rico Mapathon, that we did after Hurricane Maria. Now I'm going to share my screen really quick to show you a couple of the tools. Let me see. Firefox, there it is. All right. It looks like it's working. I hope it's working. Let me know if it's not. So after Hurricane Maria hit the island and destroyed it, one of the things we did at Columbia University Libraries, where I work as the digital scholarship librarian, is we decided to put together really quick a mapathon to help the Red Cross sort of reconstruct the map of certain areas where they needed to go in order to deliver very needed medical supplies. But we didn't stop there. Now, of course, most of us here that have professional experience in libraries, we know how to organize a workshop. I mean, this is part of our job. We do workshops all the time for all kinds of different things, with all kinds of teaching. So it wasn't that hard to organize our workshop. We needed a flyer, we needed to set up a room, get some pizza, etc. Everybody knows the drill. But we didn't want to stop there. We knew that if only we did a mapathon, by the way, simply define a mapathon is when you get together and you working with an online tool, you help reconstruct the online map. In particular, we were working with the tasking manager of the OpenStreetMaps group, which you can find here at tasks.hotsm.org. In any case, we went to town organizing hours, and we got I'm showing you some pictures from the New York Times coverage of the event of like how people were working in our library spaces with their laptops, just volunteers from the university. Now, let me stop sharing so I can refocus you. So we didn't stop there. What we did right after that was then we started telling our colleagues in other libraries on social media and by email and phone calls that we were doing this. Because we knew that if we were the only ones doing this exercise, we weren't going to make such a dent. What happens next is that 25 libraries around the United States all joined us, and everybody picked a different part of the map to reconstruct. And in a matter of 5 to 6 weeks, libraries in the United States and some in Mexico had reconstructed the whole map of the island. And this, of course, was enormous help to the Red Cross that was actually taking our maps that we were rebuilding online and printing them out in the building of Univision in San Juan, and taking those print out large sheets to the countryside of Puerto Rico in order to deliver insulin or what have you. Now this got us thinking, Nimble, wow, this team never existed, the sort of library reconstructing maps team. And as soon as, of course, we finished our task, then the team disbanded. So we started theorizing. We started thinking about like, well, historically, what have librarians done? Kind of like what Rhonda was saying. There's a long history of libraries stepping in moments of crisis. So we wanted to figure out how, like, what people have done in this particular way, in the way in which you like form a team really quick just to work on something. And that's how the website that I put the link to started collecting this toolkit. Now, the next project I'm going to talk about and probably focus on is very appropriate to the theme, the general concerns of Reforma. It's a project we did in 2018 during the family separation crisis at the U.S.-Mexico border. Now, that one we categorized as a rapid research response. Now, in this project, and everybody remembers the people in the U.S. And around the world on social media started seeing images of the kids crying for their parents, being separated from their mothers, being put in cages. And at our studio at the library in Butler in Columbia University, we were like, okay, we need to do something. We need to react to this. So what do we do? I was tasked with putting together a team. So right away, I thought of some colleagues, Chicanas down in the U.S.-Mexico border that I wanted to include. I had Rupika Rootsam in Boston, Marisa-Martinez in Belgium, Moisir and Manan in New York. Put together a team of people that I knew could work on a research project. In particular for us, the goal was to help unmask ICE. This was like there were people working on many different things, but for us, it became important that we unmask ICE because everybody was was kind of blanking every time. Like, but what is this force? I mean, we know they do raids, La Migra, but we know so very little about their infrastructure, and we know so very little about what really they are doing in the United States. So we just went to town, and let me tell you, this team, team that we just put together in 6 days. Was able to map out all of ICE's carceral infrastructure and our migrants in it. And now I'm going to share my screen again to show you the project where we presented these results to the public. I imagine many of you have already encountered it. The project is called Torn Apart Separados. And this is the homepage and the image that became the iconic image that was covered by the press when we did this project with big headlines for like ICE is everywhere. What you're looking at, all these orange dots on this map, fully interactive, built with D3 and Leaflet. It's a map of all of the facilities that ICE has access to in the United States in order to detain migrants. And we collected all kinds of data. For example, here, when you click on these dots, you can see the daily average population of these places from 2014 to 2018. Those are the orange dots. And the blue dots that you're seeing here are the places where they were detaining the kids. Now, this is something nobody knew. People didn't know where are they having these kids. So this team of 7 people, in 6 days and a half, did research to find out by looking at Facebook posts, at local newspapers, radio stations, everything you can imagine. The great literature of companies to find out where they had these kids. That was just the beginning, of course. We did 2 volumes of this. The first volume was the one done in 6 to 7 days. And it had a series of visualizations, a series of reflections that we asked from experts on border issues. For example, this visualization, the eye, is something that a lot of people like, which is where you can visit each one of these centers and see it. A lot of the public actually reacted very positively to this. People were saying like, oh my God, I didn't know that there was an ICE detention center right next to my beauty salon. I walk by there every day, and this kind of thing. Our self-reflection included the things that we thought were flaws and shortcomings in our own research, and where we put things that people didn't know, little things that couldn't make it into the visualizations. For example, things we were finding out, like people were using Google Maps and Facebook pages for these places in order to ask for their kids. It was a lot of moving stuff, like really nasty stuff we found in the literature of these companies that work with ICE. Like, for example, this is what's in the great literature in one of them, an annual report of Southwest Key, where they were like 95% of individuals served by Southwest Key programs were people of color. Now, I want you to think about for a second what serving here means. This is the kind of this is how absurd our society has become. This culture of management then becomes tied with this culture of oppression to give us these kind of artifacts. In any case, let me not get too distracted. We also wanted not to only do the negative, so we also created a map of allies across North America that was triple vetted by librarians. They were looking to see which of these places were established, recognized, had good reputations amongst the community, etc. Anyways, that was volume 1, done in 6 days. All of this, everything you're seeing, was done in volume 1. In volume 2, sorry, Oh, and it was done in Spanish and English. In volume 2, that took us a little longer. We did, that was like 5 or 6 weeks. We started working, we went to Mexico after volume 1 and started working there. And eventually, 5 weeks later, we did volume 2, which is we mapped out the money. So with volume 1, we mapped out the carceral infrastructure. And volume 2, we mapped out all their finances. And where we discover, of course, that all the contracts are going to both Democratic districts and Republican districts. So it's not a necessarily like, oh, yeah, the GOP, they're doing all these horrible things. No, there's a lot of Democratic districts that have a lot of big companies that are benefiting from these government contracts. Now, there's many visualizations here. I'm just going to show you just two really quick. This is the growth from the Obama era. Now, we know Obama is no saint when it comes to these policies. And in fact, he created the infrastructure that facilitated this kind of abuses, the increasing abuses by the Trump administration. This is the growth of the companies contracted by the government in order to help ICE in their operations. Now, as you can see, this is a growth. It's like 900%. The other visualization I wanted to show you was one really quick, in which this is for all the librarians in the room, in which we looked. All of these contracts come from USAspending.gov. Now, one of the things that they do is they catalog with metadata coming from NAFTA, the old North Atlantic free trade agreement. All of these industries. Now, one of the things we did as librarians, well, some of us librarians and some of our researchers and scholars. One of the things we did was we recataloged everything to give all these industries the categories that actually made sense to us. So it's like counter surveillance. So, for example, they don't have a category called surveillance, but we know a company selling cameras for short circuit video. Like, we know what they're doing. A company like Amazon are doing AI in order to detect faces. They're contributing to surveillance, contributing to violence, contributing to the control of bodies, etc. So all of this was us recataloging like about 3,000 rows of data. Anyways, I'll stop there with describing the project. But I just wanted to point to show that one as another example of a nimble tent, something that we did by organizing really quick. And I wanted to close really quick these comments before giving you the punchline by talking a little bit about what we had just done. We just did in the summer. Like I just came to the lake house like 3 days ago, like after like 3 months of intensive work, working on an initiative to produce face shields at the height of the crisis in New York City. COVID Maker Response, which was a partnership between librarians at Columbia, a small company, mom and pop 3D printing company called Tangible Creative, and the large maker of 3D printers called MakerBot. Now, we called our partnership COVID Maker Response. It was a nimble tent. The whole thing started with my colleague Mariha Choksi borrowing the 3D printers from the library, taking her to her apartment after a doctor had contacted her to ask her if it was possible for him to get a couple of face shields. And a few days later, me and Moacir joined her. And 2 months and a half later, we were probably one of the largest grassroots producers of face shields in the city of New York during the height of the crisis. 25,000 shields we made and assembled and distributed to most of the to some of the hardest hit hospitals, to the EMTs. I mean, we're talking Harlem, Elmhurst, Montefiore, etc. And we did this all organizing ourselves. And as soon as, and of course, again, the team unfunded and now disbanded. But that's what we did. This was Librarian. So my punchline, and Adriana knows what my punchline is. My punchline is that in any of these examples that I showed you, and there are many more, everything we ever had done was using skills that we already had as librarians. And this is my message to the world. I think librarians already know how to do everything that is involved in all of these things. You just got to find the right librarians. You just got to team up with the right people. And this librarian has this skill, and this librarian has this other skill. If we know how to come together in moments of crisis and combine our skills in particular way, I think we can have very high impact in moments of crisis. Especially if we're ready to actually go beyond the teams we are usually assigned. If we're ready to explore how to do things without resources, without support, and if we're ready to say goodbye, yes, at the end of each of these adventures. So with that, I'll just stop so that we can open it to a few questions and answers if you have any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex, so much for your presentation. So we have time for questions. Please drop them in the Q&A box if you haven't already. We want to try and streamline them in the Q&A box rather than the chat box. So we'll give it a few moments for people to... Okay, we have a few questions that came in. The first one, who provides the financial support for the Nimble projects?
Yeah, so like I'm saying, I mean, what makes a Nimble project is or like a lot of these Nimble projects, I mean, they're possible because we did not wait for financial support. So let me reiterate that, and just using the examples, like the Puerto Rico Mapathon one, like the financial support was actually we just could pass the hat around for pizzas, and then we got the room for workshops at the library. Like I mean, it's not like we're not off the street. We have some infrastructure that is just there always. We have our salaries, like we're full-time employees, so or part-time employees, so we have access to rooms and things like this and screens. So it's also an awareness of what do I already have, and what can I do with what I already have. And of course, but you know how, and when you teach a workshop, people like pizza or cheese or something like that. So that one we knew like that was a little expensive. It was like $200. So we were like, okay, let's find $200. If I remember correctly, actually, that was just a quick email to the AUL, and I'm like, okay, we're not asking for thousands of dollars. We just need $200 for pizzas, and I think that's how we financed the pizza operation. But anyways, but that was just our own workshop. But I mean, what was cool about this is that we then got 25 other universities to themselves scramble and figure out. Libraries, not universities, because there were some public libraries that participated. So it wasn't. Everybody just kind of knew their own environment, and they were like, kind of like, I know how to get a little coin for pizzas. Torn apart separados was zero money. And in fact, because in order to do that in 6 days, especially the first one, we needed to drop everything we were doing. Now, everybody has day jobs. And we needed to drop everything that we were doing. There were a couple of us that were like, I'm just going to take vacation instead of waiting for, like, asking for permission. I'm just going to, like, I'm taking vacation. That was me. Like, I was like, I'm going to take 2 personal days and 2 days of vacation just so that I didn't have to go through the process of, like, trying to figure out how the library was going to support me in this. And that's how I went to town. Then when they saw, oh, wow, they're doing this amazing thing, then I started getting supported, but I had to blend it with my day job. But again, there was no financial support. This was just us using our own skills. A couple of us know how to code. That we were working with some researchers that were doing the research. I myself know how to do a research, so I was there doing the research. The COVID Maker response, now that one obviously needs money in order to buy the materials that we're using to print. But this is where then that unique example involved a partnership with a large corporation and a small mom and pop shop and a bunch of volunteer from the med school. And the library did, when we then put a quick proposal, and we say, first we had to ask for, Maddie had to ask for taking the printers out of the library. And then when the university librarian was like, hey, you're taking printers? And I was like, yeah, I'm talking to this doctor. And the university librarian was enthusiastic. And then she said, you know what? I'm going to open up a line for you with the finance office so that so you can buy parts that you need. So with that one, we got the financial support internally for buying parts from the university librarian. But I don't want you to think about only limit yourself to like financial support. Like, go look at what you have already, or see what you can do with without financial support. Don't wait for grants, because then this is over. We're not gonna nothing nimble about that tent. Remember, classes require you to.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, it's the truth is that oftentimes revolutionary work will not be funded.
Yes, televised or funded. Meléndez is not there for you.
We have a few more questions in, so we have about 5 minutes left. So let's get a few more questions in. Can you talk more about finding team members? So perhaps touch on the outreach aspects of your project.
Yeah, so I don't know that it's a science. The like how to find people. I have thought about this a lot, but I don't think I can, narrow it down to a method. I think it helps to those of us that work with communities. We'll have people in the community, not necessarily in the library, that we can partner up with things. Those of us that are, I'm active in conference, I'm here with you guys today, but I meet people at library conferences and other kinds of conferences all the time. And I also like to tweet a lot. So on Twitter, I met a lot of people, and sometimes that helps because sometimes I just I just tweet I really want to do this or that, and then people on Twitter were like, "Hey," they raise their hand. Especially if you build if kind of like my trajectory, people now know that sometimes in crisis I will just activate, and then people were like, "Yes, I want to be a part of that." So that helps. The other thing that I think about a lot is how do we evaluate who you need for a team? And I think if you're clear about what your values are and about what your goal is, like what product it is, what's the outcome, it's a map, right? But in order to do this map, you need people who can teach workshops, and you need people who can teach. Well, then you kind of start getting a sense of who you're going to put together in that team. If it's a research project, we got to find kids. You need people who are really good at the internet. So you gotta. This is me thinking about I know who to call because I know my friend Rupika Rism, who is a professor at Salem State in Boston. She's the best at the internet. She went when she was trying to find these kids. She would go into the monster.com and stuff like that to look who was advertising for child services in detention centers. I'm I would have never thought of that, but that's how I knew she would think about things like that. And then for the COVID maker response, look, the team involved a corporation. If we wanted to actually, we were delivering more than the city, more than corporate. We were at the height of the crisis. The city eventually stepped up, but once the curve was down, it was me, our group, and a couple of other grassroots. We were the ones protecting health workers. The city took its million years, and a bunch of other industries were oh, we're waiting for a patent. We have a really cool design. And I'm you're waiting for a patent? People are dying. So in that one, we knew that a partnership with a corporation needed to be a part of the team because. I mean, they came in and it was and here are 5,000 3D printed parts, this kind of thing. So yeah, just evaluate, talk to a lot of people and evaluate what is the right person for.
Okay. And one more question before we move on. So when you were in, and this is great to hear about, because I was in, I attended the Mapathon at University of Pennsylvania Libraries. After the storm, so it's really great to be hearing from one of the founding organizers of that. Did you have contact with the Red Cross working on the ground in Puerto Rico after the storms? And can you speak to the potential, both present and future, for more formal partnerships and collaborations between libraries and disaster specialists?
Yeah, we were. I was on the phone with. It was funny because the thing is that I found out where they were and who, because somebody on Facebook noticed that we were doing this, and then that person posted pictures. That person worked at Univision in the building in San Juan, and they posted pictures. That person went from his office to where the Red Cross is and started putting pictures of how the Red Cross was printing this, and I was oh my God, you're talking to the Red Cross? Because so far we know the Red Cross is asking for this because of the task manager. says Red Cross asking for these things, and it's impersonal. So we're just going to do this. The platform is negotiating between us, right? And this person just puts this picture, and I'm like, are they there? Are you talking to them? I'm like, yeah, let me put you in touch. And then I get on the phone. I'm talking to FEMA. I'm talking to Red Cross. FEMA, that's the story for another day. The FEMA story. But but yeah, that's how we got in touch, and they were like, of course, yeah, keep sending it. And they actually acknowledge librarians doing this in their report when they finish about how crucial it was what we did in a footnote. But we're librarians; we're used to being in a footnote. And in terms of partnering, I've talked with people about this, and I actually became at one point part of the the Mozilla Foundation group that was thinking about how do we partner or think about the things. Nothing went out. I think there's a lot of work to be done there yet, but I think we should. I still believe that we should keep on trying and pursuing ways in which we can actually be a little bit more prepared. So yes. I know it's a lot of creativity, like Rhonda was saying, like we're always creative and resourceful and stuff like that. But I like a little bit more preparedness. That's why Nimble exists as a toolkit because I want administrators to start supporting us to prepare for these things rather than us having to like reinvent the wheel every time we want to do a response to a crisis. I want libraries to have programs that say, and in a moment of crisis, if we want to do X or Y, here's a model that we can have in place where we can deploy our staff who wants to be a part of it to do this. Or anyways, and perhaps that involves the partnerships with like Red Cross or FEMA or microfinance institutions that help out in moments like right now people are suffering because of the money. Like maybe that's another, I don't know, a million different institutions that can help, that can partner with each other to prepare.
That's great. Thank you so much. We had a question about how we can learn more, how we can help, and perhaps in the interest of time, what we can do for now is just drop the links to the Nimble-10th's website and to the torn apart separados map in the chat box so that people can look at those on their screens right now.
Yeah, I shared the Nimble-10ths at the beginning of the talk. Here's the torn apart one. And of course I'll put my email in case anybody wants to send me an email. I'm Agil at Colombia. Did you get my joke? Alex Gil, Agil at Colombia. At Colombia.edu. Anyways, thank you so much. And thank you, Tanya. And thank you. I won't be here for the rest of the day, but good luck guys today on the conference.
Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you. So next up, moving right along, I would like to introduce you all to Luis Muñoz Jr., who will be introducing the next presentation.
Sorry about that, everybody. Good morning. My name is Luis Muñoz, and I work at the Morristown and Morris Township Library in New Jersey. I'm a past president of the Reforma Northeast chapter and currently serving on ALA Council and starting in a few weeks, the ALA Committee on Diversity. I'm here to introduce two presenters today, LaTanya Ann Jenkins, reference librarian for government information and Africology and African American Studies at Temple University in Pennsylvania, and her colleague Vitalina A. Nova, education and community engagement librarian at the Charles Library, also at Temple University in Pennsylvania. And they will be presenting today pre-crisis and post-crisis, partnering with a mayor's 2020 Census Response Initiative to leverage civic engagement. For more information about our presenters and their contact bios, please visit the 2020 JMC website, and please remember to use our hashtag JMC2020. For the sake of time, we will answer all questions at the end of the session, as you saw if you were in the previous session. Please feel free to ask questions in the question and answer box. Please enter the chat box and send it to all panelists during the presentations, and I will read them at the end. As a reminder, these presentations are being recorded for future viewing. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, good morning and happy Juneteenth to everyone. As was earlier said by Luis, my name is LaTanya, and I'm the librarian for Africology and African American Studies, and also the Government Information Coordinator at Temple University Libraries.
Good morning and happy Juneteenth, everybody. I'm Vitalina Nova. I'm the Education and Community Engagement Librarian at Temple Libraries, which is a newer position. So we're going to have a presentation for you here. It includes the call to action and what happened at Constitution Day 2019. And then we're going to talk about some of the changes we had to do to our approach for census advocacy before the crisis and then after, during the crisis. We're not after. Keep forgetting. And so we have some civic engagement strategies to share with you. And then finally, we have some takeaways with some suggestions for you guys.
And so starting with that call to action, we're just going to briefly describe what Constitution Day is about. And so it's about celebrating and commemorating the signing of the United States Constitution, which was September 17th, 1787. It's also known as Citizenship Day. And so how we begin, the inaugural event began in 2018, and that was before we moved into our new library space, the Charles Library, and it entailed providing sample Constitution and amendments information to the people, and that would be the community and our academics. And it also entailed letting everyone know that I am the coordinator for government information and that Temple University is a federal depository library, or a part of that program at least. And so once people went ahead and responded to very simple questions, we distributed the Constitution of the United States pocket pamphlet for people to have access to that.
So to give some context to our conversation, I want to discuss what a complete count committee is. So it's basically a local group of trusted voices that works in partnership with the U.S. Census Bureau, and every local area pretty much has one. If we can go back to before the COVID-19 crisis, if you can think of what some of the issues were, what are some of the dangers of undercounting and who's affected by undercounts? If you could put some things in the chat box, and I guess Louis can read the responses that you have. So what are some of the dangers of undercounting and who's affected by undercounts? You could share in the chat box. Okay, I'm seeing some responses too. Louis, were you? Sorry. So lack of resources for emergency funding, roads, community services, lack of funding, yep. Inadequate health care. Okay. So yeah, there's a large number of populations that are at risk for undercounting. Black men are amongst the most commonly undercounted populations in New York City, Erica Parker says. Thank you. Yep, most affected are the underserved populations, correct? The visibility of our diverse communities, exactly. So this is why local areas have complete count committees. So if we can go back to before all of the COVID-19 pandemic came about, there was a lot of fear, and there was a campaign of fear basically around census questions. There was that question of whether there would be a question on citizenship, and people were saying this effectively has made people afraid of answering the census. So in response to this, the mayor's office created the Complete Count Committee, and Philly Counts to put in practice a bunch of initiatives to make sure that Philly gets fully counted. In Philadelphia, it's estimated that an undercount each person not counted is a loss of $21,000 for each of the 10 years that the census is collecting data to fund services and sources. So for Constitution Day 2019, a a network that exists in Philadelphia, which is kind of like a mini campus compact, if you're familiar with that. They work to connect higher education to the surrounding communities and support community engagement in that regard. They're called FEND, suggested to all of their partners, and Temple is one of the partners, that we have a Campeón del Censo, Census Champion training for Constitution Day. So we reached out to Philly Counts and decided we should have 2 events. They wanted one for students, faculty, and staff, and one for the community. And then I said, well, why can't we have one in Spanish, And so we added that. So we went to a Train the Trainer event at the Philly Counts headquarters, and that's what this picture is of. This is the Spanish one. And we were also added to the Census Partner community, which included update calls and emails. And if you can see the binders that some of the people are holding, that is a really well packaged program that Philly Counts put together, where some of it's a script, some of it's different pamphlets, and you just had to go through the program. And then basically you've trained all the people in the room to be trusted neighborhood partners, that their neighbors can go to them and ask them questions. And of course there were buttons that were like, ask me, I'm a census champion, soy campeón del censo. And, so really you're training, you're training the people in this room who are then training a bunch of other people. And at Charles Library, we had 3 librarians, me, LaTanya, and one of our colleagues doing those trainings.
And so we're going to go into engagement strategies. So moving from in-person to virtual, especially with the COVID-19 crisis that occurred. And so as Vitalina mentioned, we were census champions trained. And then once this crisis occurred, we had to move to the virtual realm. And so in that environment, it entailed learning as a community resource captain, which was what we pivoted to. And so that was ensuring that the community knew current and updated information and to dispel disinformation, and to also connect people with updates and resources regarding COVID-19 and voting. As we know, many of the dates changed. And so that was the pivot that we started with. And so as a community resource captain, I connected people with city resources and the Stay Safe Philly campaign. That was a great way to connect people and talk to them about social distancing, hand washing, and wearing a mask to protect fellow community members, and then also pivot back to speaking about the census. And so the librarians at Temple University, they're liaisons in different areas. And so many of us create newsletters to connect our respective communities. And so going virtual allowed us to connect in many more than just that one way. And so with more of the stakeholders that we were communicating with, we used the Philly Counts toolkit. And instead of just speaking to people individually, we allowed faculty to use the toolkit parts, such as slides for their class presentations and for displaced students as well. And you could also see that social media use, using hashtags for Twitter, for Facebook, using emails and text and Zooms were also different ways to strengthen our ability to connect with the community and meeting people where they are.
Okay, and so in regards to meeting people where they are, we had to pivot, of course, like everybody else did, like LaTanya was detailing, and so did a lot of the groups that we worked with. So pre-crisis, we partnered with the Temple Institute on Disabilities, which serves not just Temple University, but a great portion of the state of the state of Pennsylvania. And so they had a program where they had received a grant from Philly Counts to meet some of the intersections of undercounted communities. So they were specifically working on reaching people with disabilities who were Spanish speaking. And so they came up with a great program. There were going to be pop-ups. There was going to be something in North Philly. There was going to be something in South Philly. It was great. And then COVID-19 happened. And so them thinking, okay, now we have to go online. We were going to be their partner for that. And I think one of the things that you have to think about is, am I the best partner for this? Like if I was going to be a panelist, sure, that's a nice thing to do, but really the free library is your better partner, because a free library is a vaster network than an academic library. And so one of the things that we had to do was basically step aside and be like, this is a better partner for you. And actually, I'm in a subcommittee with a woman who works as a disability advocate and has an agency where she works with Spanish speaking people. And I want you to connect with her. So here's that. And then, like LaTanya said, the liaisons come up with newsletters and reach out to different student groups sometimes. So we use the liaison network to also get messaging out, like that slide that professors could use at the beginning of their presentations that LaTanya mentioned. And then other things that we had to pivot. So the campus groups, LaTanya and I are both in a civic engagement group with student affairs. And they basically, because they're student affairs, they had to move to, we have 150 to 200, I cannot remember off the top of my head, of students that are having to stay on campus because of their circumstances. And we need to get them their basic needs and we need to keep them safe. And so what happened with that was that I worked with a colleague at the university's College of Communication to design and adapt messaging for the students that remained on campus, and also for the students that were remaining in their off-campus housing, to make sure that they were being counted, because again, that's a $21,000 loss per year for those 10 years that the census is gathering information for. And then finally, we had some programming lined up with the League of Women Voters and an interfaith group that we just had to say, you know, we understand that you don't have the time to do this right now, and hopefully we can come back to it in the fall when we come back to campus. Other things that we had to do to pivot, I'm into complete count subcommittee. So some of those groups that you guys mentioned that were undercounted, there's specific groups that work with the Caribbean and African community. There's one that works with limited English proficiency in the immigrant community, higher education, because students are very much undercounted, and that's a huge loss to the city. So we brainstormed, like, what are some ways that we can meet these students, because we're not getting the messaging out there. And our social media team at the library did do a week-long programming on the census, but with the idea of, we're sending this messaging out to other people that are going to send that messaging out, because we're really not the influencers when you think of students. The influencer, right, when you're working with a community, you don't go in and say, hi, I have this information for you, as if you're anybody in that community. You know, even though I'm Latino, I'm not from Philadelphia, I don't know those challenges. You got to talk to the people who know what the challenges are. So the influencers in the higher education community, if we're talking about students, are students. And we thought, all right, well, there's all these students that had internships, they were going to do great things, and these things have been canceled. Let's get them to come together in like a virtual room. We can have a councilman who's rather younger, who's a role model of some of these people. And we can lay a network in preparation for the fall, so that we have these students as the influencers ready to send that messaging to their community. So we came up with a citywide program, and it was great. It worked well. It was well attended. And so that's the kind of thing that you can do to pivot. And then I just want to move on to next slide, an interesting time. So some takeaways we have for you.
Okay, so lessons learned and opportunities. Please reflect on the above quotation by Thurgood Marshall, who was our first African-American United States Supreme Court member. And just consider that these partnerships show the strength in solidarity. They reflect how to honor ourselves and others in strengthening our communities. Partnering creates more dynamic spaces for our interactions, whether they be virtual or in person.
Okay. There was. Okay. So some of the takeaways that we have for you are, we have some areas of opportunity now. The timeline has been extended, and so things have changed. The deadline to respond to the census now is October 31st. A lot of internships and activities that students had or high schoolers had have been canceled. We're out in virtual spaces right now. I mean, we're in virtual space right now for this conference. So these are challenges, but they're also areas of opportunities. And I know many of us probably are participating in this because we're able to now, since it's a virtual space. You can think of a lot of different programming that had been canceled because of COVID-19 as a challenge, but you can also think of the fact that we have all this opportunity now to go virtual and come up with some other programming if you're interested. And so the wealth of resources out there actually is a great opportunity to do this. So there are lots of compilations available of different approaches that you can take, different activities. One of them that's listed in our references and resources is the Counted in Libraries, which is a great compilation of basically all of the library outreach. Some of the things in there are even like stickers, even physical things that you might want to give away if you're in person. But you can also think of how you can adapt those things to the spaces that you're in. And also in the resources is the Philly Counts website and a couple of other websites, and that those binders and that information that was given to us when we went to the Train the Trainer is also available there. So you might be able to adapt things from those resources. And then I have that we are people. So sure, librarians are considered bookish people, but we are people. We like to connect others, departments, advocates, and this is a great opportunity. Maybe there's something that would be too big a lift for you right now. Maybe that there's an agency that works with the specific group that you're hoping to reach. This is a way for you to put them together, and it's also an opportunity for you to maybe meet other people. And in the long game, you can be building relationships. These are opportunities for you to get to know the different players, and to be able to maybe find a silver lining in a lot of what's been canceled. An example is that for the Campeón del Censo, when I reached out to Philly Counts, they didn't have very much Spanish programming. And then a bunch of other people popped up as well, and they did Spanish programming. And they're thinking, all right, we're doing it on Constitution Day, which if you're, for a lot of people, that doesn't necessarily trigger anything, doesn't mean anything. And the people in that room, in that picture, we talked afterwards, and some of the people had no one show up. Some of the people had standing room only and needed to schedule another thing. And so we kind of talked and we're like, oh, we were all scheduled from 6 to 7:30. Maybe next time we can figure out a way to not have all of our programming at the same time. But now we're in touch, and that actually was the way that I got on one of the subcommittees. You get out there, you build relationships, you start those conversations. So those are some of our suggestions for you, and we have time for questions, I guess. Hopefully you have questions for us. These are our emails if you wanted to get in touch, and the references, and of course you'll get the slides.
Hello, everybody. Again, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you, Latanya. Thank you, Vitalina. I was so excited when you sent in your proposal. The whole crew was the Germany Conference Proposals Committee and board. And so really enjoyed your presentation and, more importantly, all the work that you've been doing. So thank you so much for all the great examples and takeaways and honesty, etc. So we do have some comments, and sorry I couldn't get to the comments in chat earlier. I had some technical difficulties, mostly meaning my brain. So anyway, so Det mentions, wanted to say that I'm going to have to toggle back and forth between the chat and the Q&A box because people have been putting things into both. So I'm just going to go with the chat box first. And so that just wanted to point out, along with what you guys were talking about, that folks in New York City could also volunteer with the Neighborhood Organizing Census Committee, the NOCC, for working on phone banks, text banks, opportunities, etc. And then Alex Hill, our earlier presenter, stuck around for this panel, and he just wanted to say that he really enjoyed your panel. He wanted to thank you for that, and just he wanted to add his voice, saying that literally they have tried to erase environmental data from federal servers. So I don't know if you want to talk to that point or not. I mean, it was a comment, not a question, but I don't know if you want to talk to that point.
Yeah. So one of the challenges that we talked about a lot in the Spanish speaking group, the Spanish speaking train the trainer group, was the lack of trust with government information. And that was a challenge, of course, because there's an oath that people take where they won't break, the confidentiality. But this was a way that we were talking to people about. This is a way for you to really make sure that you're represented and that what you want for your community can come about, because there's so much data that is in the hands of the administration that we have so little control over, and we see disappear, but this is locked down. This is disaggregated. This is information that goes to serve your community where you are right now. So yeah, that was definitely a point that we had to, we did a lot of role playing on, like, well, I don't trust the Trump administration, and I know that they're not, they lie about data and things are disappearing. So that's what I have to say to that. LaTanya, did you want to say anything?
I think you framed it perfectly. I think that, yes, there's a lot of distrust in different communities of the government. And I think that in sharing the information and dispelling a lot of the disinformation that's out there, and just in networking with people in the community, it does form better bonds for us. So thank you, Vitalina. Yes, agreed.
And I know there's probably more questions, but when someone said phone banking, I totally forgot. Yes, phone banking is one of the things that Philly Counts does, and that you can probably do. You can reach out to your Complete Count subcommittee and see what kind of phone banking they're doing, and you might be able to get together a group that to target a specific community. And another thing is, speaking of technical difficulties, if you have access to a platform through work, this might be another way for you to lend support to census advocacy, because there might be some smaller groups that don't have access to that. And I will stop now.
No, don't stop. We want to hear from you guys. So Max, hola Max. He actually had some comments and also questions in the answer box. So one of the things he was mentioning, so he was talking about the Constitution doesn't apply to second-class citizens. I would say that BIPOC, BPOC in the U.S. are second-class citizens. So he asked y'all, and I guess the group, how do we rectify this with the census and information collection?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, LaTanya, I just keep answering. Go ahead if you wanted to go.
No, go on ahead, Vitalina.
Yeah, so that was definitely another point of conversation, because yes, I mean, the United States is built upon racism from the first moment, right? So we had the opportunity to talk about this with the citizenship question, because it's not if you are a U.S. citizen, it's if you are in the United States. Are you in the United States? I mean, the target date was April 1st, so if you're in the United States, you count. That's it. It's your responsibility. The Constitution does say it's your responsibility, but really it's your responsibility to everybody that you live near, because you're costing the money if you're not participating. So I know that NALEO, I can't remember what they stand for right now, but like the National Organization of Latino Elected Officials, I think is maybe it, did a lot of surveys to figure out like what kind of messaging is most effective with specific groups. So that might be something to look into if you're interested. And how to approach that. But yeah, the messaging, I know the slide that we sent out for professors to put at the beginning of their lectures was about how the census is not about you being a citizen. It's you're in the United States. That's it.
And I just want to let you all know that Adriana put up the link for that, for the NALEO or NALEO. So Selena has a question. Well, first she says, thank you for your great presentation. I agree. And she wants to know, are there any strategies for outreach to hard to reach reach communities? And I guess you guys could talk about your definitions of hard to reach communities, things that you've experienced as such.
Yeah. Latanya, did you want to?
Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, there's great maps out there that the U.S. Census Bureau has, and then each complete count committee also has maps available. Usually, I can't speak for every single one of them, but usually they have maps available and like in your specific area, what the hard to reach or hard to count communities are. So there are some that are kind of taken care of by the census, like group homes and stuff like that. They have their own approach. I know that I go to like bodegas and laundromats, and I go where people are to try to get that messaging to them. So not necessarily like not really on my work time, but I'm a Philly Counts volunteer as well. So getting that information out there. There's also Philly Counts in particular does phone banking like a single week or, over and over. They'll have phone banking to a particular neighborhood. And they can see the increase in response rate after that. They also have like things like door knockers where you show some people were throwing out physical census like information because it wasn't directly addressed to them. And so getting door knockers with like, this is what the census looks like, and this is where you can go to figure it out, to fill it out. Those were some of the approaches that they had. But I think also a lot of hard to reach communities, you need to have conversations, social media is great, not high schoolers, college students will respond well to social media depending on who's sending it out. But a lot of times, like we specifically said with Latinos, face-to-face conversation. That's what's better, like I might be giving you this flyer. What's this? What is this? I'm not a citizen. I heard there was a citizenship question, and then you have conversations. So it depends on the hard to reach community. Like there's different approaches depending on the community. This is also an opportunity, right? Because the response rates aren't there yet. People have been really concerned with basic needs. The deadline, since the deadline now is October 31st, you can get involved with some of those outreach groups, some of those subcommittees, and maybe brainstorm and see what some of the approaches in your particular area might be.
There's some other great questions and comments, but our time is up, unfortunately. So thank you guys so much. I know that you can't join us for the breakout rooms later on, so I can send you some of the questions and comments if you're not able to stay around a little bit after your presentation. So thank you so much, because I know I actually had a bunch of questions myself for you guys. So and that's a great presentation when everybody has all these great comments, etc. So thank you again, and have a great Juneteenth, guys. I don't think I let off with that. So thank you again, and great work. So next we're going to have Mary Marquez.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Marquez. I work for the Free Library of Philadelphia as a library coordinator, and also I'm the past president of Reforma Northeast and the current chair of the Reforma Leadership Institute. Today, it is my pleasure to present Jenny Lizarraga, Accounts Director from CINCO Books, and Lisa Meléndez, Library Professor at Suffolk County Community College in New York. And they are going to be presenting the wellness section. Please, for the sake of time, we are not going to have questions and answers, but if you would like to have more information about our presenters, please go to the 2020 JMC website and please use the hashtag JMC 2020 and follow the conversation. Thank you. Jenny and Lisa, welcome.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today in the Reforma Northeast mini conference. It's a great honor to be here with all of you. Can you guys hear me? Can someone let me know if you can hear me? Okay, perfect. So I'm usually talking about books or literature in the conferences, but this time we are going to talk about our own relaxation wellness, how to relax our muscles, and how to work with our own body to stay in movement, in harmony, and feel peaceful. So today I want to teach you a couple of exercises that I like to do after a long day on the computer, either at home or in the office. Sometimes we just don't have the time to do a complete class, but maybe some exercises can help us, to don't get like the pain on the neck or with your hands sometimes for using the mouse, so we can get some tendinitis or some pain. So I'm going to give you some tips to avoid that. And you can do this anywhere, at home, at the office, anywhere you want. You don't need special equipment, only your own body. So I'm going to focus today on the neck, shoulders, hands, and the face muscle, because we use this a lot, usually when we are working. So let's start with your neck. We are going to start doing a movement like a half moon. And we are going to do each movement twice. Always remember, shoulders relax, because we are focusing our attention on the neck muscle with a controlled movement. Now, let's think like if a thread is pulling our head up. So we have our back straight, shoulders relaxed as much as you can, and the hands over your knees here. And then we are going to use our left arm to stretch a little bit these muscles on our arm. And with your right hand, help yourself stretch a little bit further. Let go with a controlled movement, very slow. It's very important that every movement that we do is let go with a controlled movement. That way we can prevent injury from happening. Control movement again. Breathe in and breathe out. In yoga, Pilates, or any discipline that you have to stretch your muscles, it's very important that you keep breathing and try to keep the rhythm of your breath normal, as usual, as if you were just writing a letter or just walking like very slow. Let go. Now, I'm going to teach you how to relax your hands. We use the hands for so many things every day, at any moment, that maybe we take it for granted. So let's help our hands to feel relaxed. For tendons, muscles, let's pull your fingers toward yourself. One more time. And again. Now let's change with the left hand. One more time. Here. And we can do side circles. Out and in. Out and in. And we change direction. In, out. In, out. Good. Now, let's move our shoulders, like doing circles in the shoulders. And reverse the movement. Very nice. Now we are going to stretch our midsection here. I'll move this a little bit further. Sitting on the floor, with your knees extended. Don't bend the knees. Try not to bend the knees as much as possible. Our goal here is to touch with your hands the toes. We are going to stretch as much as we can. And the goal is to think, visualize yourself like with your stomach, you're touching your legs. That's the image that you want in your head. And then stretch, 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 stretch as much as you can. It doesn't matter if you cannot touch your toes, that's okay. So little by little, and it's very important to let go very easily, smooth, slow, with a controlled movement. One more time. Relax your head. Then return. Now we are going to try it only with one leg. Then your right leg, extend the left. And I'm going to show you how the movement looks like. You touch your toes with your left hand. And the key part here to extend these muscles here in your lower back, in your midsection, is to glance to the sky, right? Think like if you were looking at the stars or at the floor, something on the sky. And then move your hand and extend the other one to touch. And you're gonna feel how your muscles are strengthening. Don't bend the knees and return very slow. We're gonna try it one more time. Breathe. Inhale, exhale, and return with a controlled movement. Now we are going to try the same thing with the other leg. It's very important that we keep trying with both legs. If you do something with one leg, try it with the other side, and the same thing with the arms. So that way we keep moving the muscles, in the whole body. Let's try one more here. Breathe in and breathe out. Don't bend the knees. And return. One more time. Glance at the sky. And you are going to notice that one leg, one arm, is more flexible than the other one. That is very normal. It's completely normal. Everyone has one side that is easier to work with than the other one. We are more flexible in one side than the other. And it doesn't matter which one is which. Everybody's like that. So just keep working on it until you can reach out in both sides. Now we are going to work with the muscles in our face. We usually don't think about that, but when we work, when we talk over the phone even, we use our muscles, for expression. So it's very important to keep and be consistent on this and relax the muscles. So that way we don't feel like too stressed, or sometimes we feel like our eyes are heavier, maybe because we have been like this, thinking too much. So it's very important somewhere in the day to find a moment, close your eyes, breathe in, exhale, and think on the faces in your forehead and relax them. Relax your cheeks, your eyes, relax your eyes. Breathe in and breathe out that tension. One more time. and breathe out. Very good. We are going to do one more that is very useful for the muscles in your face. You can try this one little by little. It's called the dolphin. And you put your hands on the floor. You measure the distance of your hands when you are going to do a movement like this with your elbows. So this is how you are going to place your hands on the mat with this distance, like this. So let me show you how the movement is, and then we will do it together, little by little. This, and then extend your knees. Stay there for a couple of seconds and return. Remember, it's super important to do it with a controlled movement, like very slow. That way, you don't get any injuries in your shoulders or hands or anything, especially if we are not used to do it. And this exercise has to be done after you have warm up your body with other exercises like this one that we were doing here, moving your hands. Let's try it one more time before we finish. Here. Tuck your toes, extend, and stay there. And return. Now, I'm just gonna leave you with Lisa. Namaste. Thank you.
So staying seated or coming to a standing position. If you're ready to stand for a few minutes, you can do so. But the idea is, like Jenny said, to remain nice and comfortable. So if seating is more appropriate, please do that. And take your palms and lay them gently on the center of your chest. Let them lie flat. And close your eyes or lower your gaze if that's more comfortable for you. The idea is to focus on your breath and to notice all parts of your breath. There's the inhalation, free and full. There's a very natural pause that will come. And then your exhalation, free and full, comfortable, and a natural pause again. So take a few more rounds of breath, noticing all parts, in particular the pauses. Make sure the breath is nice and comfortable, nothing forced, connecting with the rhythm of your own breathing. One more breath like this. Then relax your arms to come and rest alongside your body and place your thumb at the base of your first finger. Whether you're seated or standing, as you inhale, slide the thumb up that first finger and there pause, and then slide it back down that first finger to the base as you exhale, and again, notice the pause. Move the thumb to the next finger, and we'll repeat. So on the inhale, we slide the thumb up slowly, intentionally. Notice the pause, and then slide it down as you exhale. Notice the pause. Move the thumb to the next finger, same way. Movement is coordinated with this very simple technique. Breathe, exhale, slide the thumb. Last finger, slide the thumb up as you inhale, and pause. Slide the thumb down, you exhale, and pause. So we're going to do the same sliding of the thumb, alternating as we raise our arms. So just the right arm, as you inhale, slide the thumb up the first finger as you lift that arm up from the side, alongside your ear. And as you exhale, make a very gentle and stay here for one breath. When you exhale again, begin to lower the arm and slide the thumb down that same finger. Comes alongside your body. Same way, other side. Inhale, we raise the left arm as we slide the thumb up the first finger. As we exhale, make a gentle fist, keeping the arm raised and staying for a breath. Soft fist. Exhale. Slowly lower that arm down while sliding the thumb. Staying with the same finger this time. Inhale in the same way, bringing your right arm up. Exhale. Gentle fist. Staying for 2 breaths. Sure your breath is nice and smooth. And on your exhalation, slowly lower the arm down as you slide the thumb down. Other side. Inhale the left arm up. Exhale. Fist. 2 breaths, sitting tall, standing tall. Focusing on the breath. And exhale. Please bring your palms back to the center of the chest. Let them rest there comfortably, keeping the eyes closed or the gaze lowered. Notice all parts of your breath. Stay connected to your breath. I'm going to incorporate another tool of yoga, which is sound. I'm going to do so by reading a poem by Arnaldo Garcia called A Meditation on Breath. I breathe in rain. I breathe out green. I breathe in wind. I breathe out sky. I breathe in laughter. I breathe out happiness. I breathe in her. I breathe out poetry. I breathe in daughters and sons. I breathe out hope. I breathe in words. I breathe out mountains. I breathe in sage. I breathe out clarity. I breathe in dust. I breathe out the bones of my people. I breathe in oppression. I breathe out liberation. I breathe in fire. I breathe out clouds. I breathe in ink. I breathe out veins. I breathe in Buddha. I breathe out Mexican. Keeping your eyes closed and your hands placed over what we refer to as our heart center for another few rounds of breath. Consider your own intention for what you want to breathe in and what you would like to breathe out. And then slowly opening your eyes, lowering your arms so that they relax. And thank you for being part of this practice, being part of this wonderful conference, and happy Juneteenth as well. Namaste.
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you, Jenny. It's very important that we take care of ourselves first in order to help other people. And it is important to do what we can. You know, you can do exercise, or if we can do be aware and being intentional. Other people might like to write or create a journal. So it is very important that you take care of yourself. I hope you can join us in the networking session so we can discuss further about self-care and wellness. Namaste. So let me introduce you now to Tess Tobin for the next session.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tess Tobin, and I'm a retired associate professor from New York City College of Technology, the City University of New York. I served as Reforma Northeast Chapter President and also as President of Reforma National. I'm here today to introduce Dr. Sarah Park Dallin, an associate professor in the MLIS program at St. Catherine University, St. Paul, Minnesota. She will be presenting today talking about anti-Asian racism with young people. For more bio and contact information, please visit the 2020 JMC website and use the hashtag JMC2020. For the sake of time, we will answer all questions at the end. Feel free to ask questions in the Q&A box and not the chat box, and I will address them to Sarah after her presentation. Also, this is a reminder that these presentations are being recorded for future use. Welcome, Sarah.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. Hi, everyone. Happy Juneteenth to you all. First, I want to thank Reforma and the Northeast Chapter and Tess Tobin for the invitation and opportunity to speak with you on this important topic. I originally delivered this presentation at the Avalos webinar, Confronting Xenophobia and Supporting Asian and Asian Pacific American Communities During COVID-19. I don't yet see my slides up. Just want to make sure that they are coming. Yeah, so we all have an important role to play in pushing back against anti-Asian racism, specifically, and white supremacy generally, wherever we live and work. So I'm very thankful for all of you that are here. I hope you're having a good conference so far. At the end of my presentation, I'll provide a link to a Google Doc with all the resources I cite, so you don't have to take notes. So, hi, Alma, nice to see you. Okay, so should I, let's see, I sent in, yeah.
Sarah, can you share them from your computer, please?
You know, that icon is not live on my side. I know we had talked about that possibility just in case, but for some reason I don't have that. The icon is not working for me today. So let's see.
Hold on, you should have been changed.
Okay.
Oh,
okay, I see the icon now. Okay, so I'm going to share screen. Okay, do you see my, can somebody say if you see my screen?
Yes, we do.
Oh, great. Okay. All right. So here, let me just load it real quick. Thank you so much for confirming that you can see it. All right. So we're gonna, so again, I'm gonna provide a link to the Google Doc with all the resources I cite, so you don't have to take notes on anything while I'm speaking. So we're gonna jump right in by going back in history. Yellow Peril discourse has strongly shaped how Asian Americans are perceived. Different push and pull factors brought us to the Americas in the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries, but some white people made life socially, legally, and financially difficult. Racist political cartoons circulated widely, leading to the 1882 Chinese Exclusion Act and the Immigration Act of 1924. Racial markers include the Chinese hairstyle, menacing and maniacal facial expressions, physical and sexual threat of the male Chinese body, and of course the slanted Asian eyes. Today we hear and see echoes of Yellow Peril discourse connecting the coronavirus with people perceived to be Chinese or Asian, with devastating, often violent consequences, such as being stabbed or being doused in acid. Eyes are one way that artists other Asian people, and they have been doing this for a long time. The first picture is a political cartoon from Harper's Weekly in the 1880s. The following three images are the story of Ping, and To Think That We Saw It on Mulberry Street, and The Five Chinese Brothers, all published in the 1930s. Jin Luen Yang drew from these kinds of images to create Chin Ki, the outrageous caricature in American-born Chinese, the fifth image. Let me be clear, Jin Yang's character is a caricature. He did this on purpose. When we see all these images together, including those created by Asian people, it looks like Asians only ever get to have rice bowl haircuts, slanted eyes, and yellow skin. These stem from the Yellow Peril political cartoons and perpetuate lumping, the assumption that all Asians look the same. This is what leads to violent hate crimes against people who are perceived to be Asian, because people say they can't tell us apart. So that brings us to the pyramid of hate from the Anti-Defamation League. This pyramid shows that biased attitudes, such as shows that biased attitudes are the foundation to other kinds of harmful behaviors. Biased attitudes, such as believing stereotypes, can lead to acts of bias, such as bullying and name-calling, which can lead to systemic discrimination, such as educational discrimination and racial harassment, and then to bias-motivated violence, such as assault. Throwing acid on or stabbing someone, as has happened to Asian Americans this past spring, is bias-motivated violence. Ultimately, unchecked biased attitudes go up the pyramid and lead to genocide. And where and when do people learn biased attitudes? They learn it from their environments, and they learn it beginning at a very young age. Early on, it's in their home environments. Parents, grandparents, family members, family friends, and other caregivers. And as we grow older and are exposed to more media with similar messages, biases learned at a younger age are reinforced. We learn these biases from our schools and libraries, and certainly, specifically, from children's books, shows, and movies. One of the messages we hear about Asian Americans is that we are the model minority, or that we are honorary whites or white adjacent. They say that we've, quote, made it because we supposedly have higher educational attainment and a higher median income. But that pits whiteness as the norm and erases the great diversity within Asian America and assumes that we didn't struggle, that we still don't struggle, or we haven't struggled together across racial lines. And as actor John Cho reminds us, the reality is that our honorary status as whites, or our Americanness, is conditional until something like the coronavirus happens and is associated with China. Then we're no longer the model minority or exceptional Americans. Suddenly, we're Yellow Peril. This pivot is sudden, but has always been lurking, and we need to be ready for it and to fight it. Because we know how pervasive white supremacy is in our media, we have to be proactive from a very young age. It is critically important that we provide young people with accurate and diverse images and stories about Asian Americans. In fact, these are the first images and stories young people should be exposed to. They should be the foundation of what an Asian person knows and believes about themselves, and they should be taught to question images that counter that. So we adults need to be proactive to fight against these racist images and stories our young people will inevitably encounter. We must provide our young people with tools to look for, interrogate, and push back on them. Specifically in the context of COVID-19, we need to make sure young Asian Americans know that some of the images and stories they are hearing and seeing from the media are flat out wrong. For example, they need to know that we do not call a virus by the name of the place where it originated because it can lead to racist scapegoating. The news articles about COVID-19 that show only pictures of Asian people are perpetuating misinformation by tying the disease to only Asian people. So before I move on, here is a definition of COVID-19 racism according to the Iowa State University's Library Guide. COVID-19 racism is anti-Chinese and anti-Asian scapegoating and xenophobic reactions, including fear, exclusion, harassment, microaggressions, and other racist behaviors related to the COVID-19 public health epidemic. So I want to draw your attention to the next paragraph about jokes. This is important because even jokes are harmful. The intention might be to lighten the mood, but the unintentional impact is that jokes continue to spread misinformation, which then lead to biased attitudes, race-based violence, and so on. So COVID-19 racism impacts people of all ages, including our youngest children. Remember the news report of the Asian family that was stabbed in Texas. The family included a 2-year-old and a 6-year-old. For the following sections about race and child development, I'm drawing on research by Beverly Daniel Tatum, Deborah Van Osdale, Joe R. Fegan, and Louise Derman Sparks. And please remember that children are unique, and some may be more ready for these conversations at an earlier age. We have always had to address race with our young people, all of them, including white children. Tatum says, adolescents of color are more likely to be actively engaged in an exploration of their racial or ethnic identity than are white adolescents. So that means we also need avenues for white children to also explore what it means to be white. We being Asian or Black or brown doesn't make white people racist. White supremacy makes white people racist. The Clark doll experiment revealed that young children of all backgrounds internalize racist attitudes. So when does this begin? Racial differentiation begins as early as in infancy. Babies as young as 3 and 6 months of age can identify and acknowledge racial differences. This is not yet racism. However, racial difference turns into racism as a child moves from recognizing physical attributes to enacting harmful behaviors. Children can articulate both racial difference and racist phrases as early as 3 years old. A famous example is from the book, The First Part, How Children Learn Race and Racism, where a 3-year-old white child said she didn't want to put her sleeping cot next to a black girl's cot. She called her stinky and used the N-word. This 3-year-old learned that perspective and language from someone and was able to articulate it back to her teacher. A toddler who repeatedly hears the phrases Chinese virus or Kung flu, especially from a caregiver they love and trust, is likely to repeat them. As children grow older, to around 5 to 6 years old, they can have more meaningful conversations about race and racial difference. When they are between 7 to 9 years old, they become more aware of and are exposed to more racism against a particular group. For example, kids this age make fun of Asian eyes by pulling their own eyes back. So we need to teach Asian American children to push back when this happens, and caregivers need to shut it down right away. Tatum says, learning to spot that stuff, whether it is racist or sexist or classist, is an important skill for children to develop. And remember that this depends on each child. Our 6-year-old can identify and articulate her thoughts about racist language and imagery. For example, when 45 was saying Chinese virus on TV, she shouted, "It's not the Chinese virus, it's the everybody virus." She also draws her eyes as ovals instead of slanted lines and knows pulling eyes back is racist. We've discussed how these are things that other people do to make fun of people who look like us. It's also critically important to know colorblindness is wrong. People are treated differently based on skin color, and our skin color is a real part of us that we should be proud of. It's not impolite to talk about. If children ask a question about race or skin color, and someone responds, "Shh, we don't talk about things like that." Tatum says this silencing teaches children not to talk about race publicly. Their questions don't go away, they just go unanswered. Moreover, Angela Davis and Ibram X. Kendi remind us that we need to be actively anti-racist, and that means learning how to talk about race and skin color with everybody. So Tatum encourages caregivers with children of color to be race conscious, that is, actively seeking to encourage positive racial identity by providing their children with positive cultural images and messages about their race. She says by doing so, the impact of the dominant society's message are reduced. So 10 to 12-year-olds begin to understand institutional racism and observe different perspectives between the adults in their lives, and they begin to question those different perspectives. As they grow older into young adulthood, they have an even greater capacity to understand systemic discrimination. They also have a stronger sense of group identity and justice, which is fantastic because they also have more capacity to be involved in racial justice work. At all stages, we need to share stories of truth and agency with young people. It's not just that Asians were exploited on labor plantations. They also banded together and demanded fair wages and safer working conditions. Asian Americans aren't just victims of racial discrimination. We also work at different levels of government and institutions to fight racism. Young people need to see these stories of struggle and triumph as well. Asian Americans have exercised agency at many different points of our history. We have also activated together with other communities, such as how Asian and Latinx farm laborers work together in Central California for better working conditions, such as how Japanese Americans speak out against the travel ban in detention centers, such as #Asians for Black Lives. We're not always in harmony, and we certainly have a lot to do for intra-racial relations, but hopefully we can move forward together in our shared struggle against white supremacy and for racial justice. So we need to be both proactive and reactive in dealing with anti-Asian racism, because it's happening and it's real. According to an NBC News report that came out on April 28th, over 30% of Americans have witnessed COVID-19 related bias against Asians. 60% of Asian Americans reported seeing bias against Asians. By mid-May, the website Stop AAPI Hate had received over 1,800 incidents of harassment. So here are some action steps to fight anti-Asian racism. The first is to educate yourself about what is happening and why it's wrong, which is what we are doing here today. When discussing COVID-19 in the home, classroom, or library, talk about it as it relates to health, society, your city, or state. For example, make sure young people know what is happening, that staying home is a way to save lives, that everybody should wash their hands for 20 seconds. And also talk about it as it relates to race issues in other communities. For example, when children are around 10 to 12 years old, they can begin to understand systemic racism. So explain why COVID-19 is disproportionately impacting Black and Brown communities and the particularly negative impact it's having on Native nations, people living in poverty, people who are incarcerated, and Asian Americans. Talk about the historical and contemporary issues of discrimination that has led to some of these communities being under-resourced or being attacked. We should teach our young people that white supremacy is the underlying ideology propping up systems of discrimination and hate impacting so many of us, and encourage them to care about all these various communities. I hope you're already in the practice of openly discussing race with young people and creating curricula and programs about race. For example, I hope you already have Black Lives Matter programming, or that you have curricula in place addressing Native sovereignty, immigration history, and so on. If you already do these, but anti-Asian racism is new to you, you already have some language with which to discuss anti-Asian racism. If youth are familiar with, for example, the enslavement of Black people, then they already understand something about racism, oppression, power, etc. If you're already discussing xenophobic immigration policies, you can use similar language to talk about anti-Asian racism in our present moment. We need more tools to help young people make connections and understand that the xenophobia Asian Americans face today did not come out of nowhere and is not unrelated to other forms of xenophobia. So I recommend Erica Lee's book, America for Americans, which traces xenophobia through our whole history so we understand why we are where we are today. Specifically in terms of language, in the case of the coronavirus, it's paramount that first we use the right language. That is, we say COVID-19 or coronavirus, and we push back every time we hear the phrases Wuhan virus, the Chinese virus, Kung flu, and so on. My next few steps are to make sure we have anti-bullying resources on hand and that our young people know that we are safe people to talk to about any harassment they are experiencing or any anxiety they are feeling around potential harassment. This means do not question them, do not minimize their concerns, do not microaggress, and do not gaslight. If you are the white adoptive parent of an Asian child, it is particularly important for you to understand what they may be experiencing and prepare yourself and others in your family and friends group to shut down microaggressions and bullying directed at your child even and especially if they are coming from within your family and friends group. If you are the parent, caregiver, or educator of queer Asian youth, you have to be particularly alert for both racialized and homophobic bullying. Next, look into upstander or bystander intervention. Whether something happens to us, our students, or someone walking by in a grocery store, if we see it, we can and should intervene as it is safe to do so. In terms of institutions, and this is for all institutions, schools, libraries, corporate workplaces, etc., if your institution has not yet issued a statement acknowledging and strongly condemning anti-Asian racism or Black Lives Matter, or supporting Black Lives Matter, demand that they do so. Remind them to use precise, unambiguous, and appropriate language. It has to be more than, we are better than this. Make sure that they specifically name anti-Asian and anti-Black racism. If you're an administrator, it is not too late to do this. Next, advocate for ethnic studies at your institutions. At a school, that means the curriculum. If the school won't do it in the classroom, and even if they do, the school library and public library can supplement with resources, programming, and services. Ask your teachers to create lesson plans and your librarians to create programming about Asian Americans and anti-Asian racism. See if you can partner with nearby universities that have Asian American Studies programs. In terms of classroom libraries, school libraries, public libraries, and your home libraries, conduct a diversity audit of your bookshelves. What are the predominant stories you have about the Asian diaspora? If they are mostly stories about immigration, your collection is perpetuating the forever foreigner stereotype. If the majority of your stories are about Asians in other countries, your collection is perpetuating the idea that we are not American, that we don't belong here. If they're mostly biographies of athletes or celebrities, your collection is promoting the model minority myth. In terms of auditing your collection, what do you teach about, in terms of auditing your curriculum, what do you teach about the Asian diaspora? Do Asian people show up only when talking about the bombing of Pearl Harbor? Because if that's the case, it's not going to help diffuse anti-Asian racism. So audit your shelves and curriculum and make sure you are providing accurate and varied perspectives on Asian American experiences. So think long-term about how what you do now is going to provide a stronger foundation for when we return to the classroom or when libraries reopen again. What will your curriculum look like next year? What will your bookshelves and programming look like next year? And I want to share a personal story about sort of doing the work early and being proactive instead of reactive. When I had my daughter, I entered into this mommy group, and it was all white women because I live in a suburb. And one of the women shared that she did not like eating ethnic food. She was scared. She, was not ready to try anything new. And I thought about how if her daughter and my daughter ended up going to school together, and my daughter wanted to bring Korean food to school, how was the other little girl going to react? And so what I did was I invited this group, all the moms, their husbands, and their daughters to our house, and I fed them Korean food. And we made it into this big thing, and it was, party and whatever. And she tried it, and she liked it. And I did that because I was looking down the line and thinking about how this little girl was going to react to any kind of ethnic food that other students brought to school. And I wanted to be proactive against the potential harm that was going to come. And so that's, it stinks that we have to be proactive and do the labor early, but we're either going to be doing the labor now or we're going to be doing it later. And so I chose to do it now. Okay, so these are some resources. These are screenshots, and all of these are on my Google Doc, so I'm just going to go through them very quickly. So my colleague at the Anti-Defamation League created this curriculum guide for middle and high schoolers. Second, the National Association of School Psychologists has very specific tips for teachers talking about the coronavirus. They remind us that schools have a legal and ethical responsibility to uphold all students' civil rights, which includes preventing all forms of bullying, harassment, and racist intimidation or behavior. And then third is the Iowa State University Library Guide, which I quoted from earlier. It's a great example of how an academic library is providing correct information and resources to its community. So here, Social Justice Books maintains vetted book lists on specific topics, including some on Asian Americans, some specifically on Chinese Americans, Muslims, activism, organizing, LGBTQ communities, and so on. The comic in the middle, which you can find on the School Library Journal link, debunks myths about COVID-19, and they specifically address misinformation, such as how you can't get infected by eating Chinese food. The following slides contain children's and young adult books. I include Juna's jar here because in this story, Juna's best friend Hector moves away and she doesn't know why. This picture book is about dealing with grief, so it's a perfect book to read and to talk through feelings about missing friends and how we might creatively handle our grief. Paula Yu's biography is about two Asian Americans who faced incredible racism and overcame racism during the times in which they lived. When reading these books, connect their stories to racism in the present so as not to leave it in the past. Lawrence Yep has written many chapter books about Chinese Americans all throughout history and the struggles they faced in white America. Obviously, there are many, many connections to the unlawful incarceration of 120,000 Japanese Americans during World War II to what we are seeing along our southern border today. These are contemporary middle grade novels where protagonists address the micro and macro aggressions they face. My daughter and I are reading Scylla right now, and almost every chapter provides an opportunity to address a microaggression. Jean Luen Yang and Min Lei's graphic novels explicitly address white supremacy and anti-Asian racism. Finally, these are young readers' adaptations of nonfiction for upper elementary and older. I highly recommend them to get a fuller, more truthful history of the country in which we now live. Early next year, Paula Yu, the writer of the Anime Wong and Sammy Lee picture books, is publishing a young adult nonfiction book on Vincent Chin. I believe this is the first in-depth look at his murder in a book for young people, so please make a note to yourself to order this as soon as it is published. Vincent Chin was a Chinese American who was beaten to death by two white auto workers in Detroit. They thought he was Japanese. They were upset with Japan because they lost their jobs in the auto industry. And so this is another example of lumping when people think that all Asian Americans look the same or are the same. So I thank you so much for your attention. This is the link at the top, as well as a QR code if you just want to be taken directly to it using your cell phone. And I am happy to take questions.
Thank you, Sarah, for such a wonderful presentation, and thank you for all your work in researching diversity in youth literature. These resources are so important, and I'm waiting to see, do we have any questions? Please put it in the Q&A. It was interesting to see how early the attitudes develop in children, and the need to talk to them so young.
Yeah, I mean, they're, beginning to speak when they're 3, they're putting together sentences, and to know that someone as young as 3 can share her racial preference, it's just so alarming. And a lot of people think that children are these, these innocent beings, but we are filling them with our values, and so we need to be very, very proactive from a very young age about that.
Can you please put the link to the Google Doc in the Q&A?
I would be very happy to. I can stop sharing my screen, and and I would be very happy to do that. So going back here.
Anybody have any more questions? We'll be sticking around for the networking session after the program if you want to come and talk more about this subject. Oh, here it is. Great presentation, Sarah. It's hard enough for adults to recognize and call out microaggressions. What do you do? What do you suggest for children?
I think it is hard to talk with adults about microaggressions. It's also hard to talk with children. I mean, every day my daughter and I have these conversations where she will say something and I will have to stop her and ask her why she said that and what she means. Sometimes I'll ask her where she learned it, and then I'll ask her if she thinks it's true, if she said something that I think is really problematic. And then that causes her to reflect and to think about it. And, I do it in a way that's not scary or threatening or punishing, because I don't want her to be afraid of ever talking about these things. I do want these things to come out. I just want us to be able to interrogate them. And so that's what I would recommend with both children and adults, actually, that we sort of turn it around and ask questions. What do you mean by that? Well, why do you think that? And do you remember where you learned it from? Do you think it's true? And how can we say this better or in a way that is actually true? So I hope that's helpful.
Thank you. Any more questions, please? Are there any anti-racist books for kids you are aware of? I believe you just showed a bunch, right?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, so starting with board books, Ibram X. Kendi has just published, Anti-Racist Baby. So it's sort of like a primer about anti-Asian. Yeah, so the books that I showed were not specifically like how to be anti-racist, but they are like they show racism. And so they are starting points for talking about racism if you're reading them together with children. But starting from board books, Ibram X. Kendi has published Anti-Racist Baby, and that book is also now going to be a picture book. But Julius Lester's Let's Talk About Race is a picture book. Yeah, no, I agree with Max that we have to use stronger language. We have to actually name white supremacy in order to dismantle it. But if you go to my the Google Doc, then if you go to social justice books, there are links there to books that are specifically talking about anti-racism. And so I forgot the author of the book, but there's a new book called This Book is Anti-Racist. And so if you just look for those kinds of books, then it'll lead you to lists. There are so many lists now on Facebook, on social media, on Twitter. So yeah, there's a lot of resources out there.
But one final question. Loved your example of inviting people to dinner. What other kinds of advocacy do you find most effective?
I was having this conversation with someone the other day, and I don't think it's effective or productive to engage with people who are just like completely identify like with KKK and are so far on that end of the spectrum. I think it has been more productive for me, at least, to talk with people who are willing to listen and willing to engage in a conversation. And it might be something like inviting a family over to dinner who has not been exposed to people of color. It might be something like that, or it might be starting a book club with mostly white people, and being the only person of color in the group, and knowing that you are going to have to be the person who's going to push the conversation into more uncomfortable ways for them. But that's, as educators, that's our role, right? And so that's something that I've done, which we have just started like a week ago, and we're already beginning to have conversations. And of course, these conversations, we don't want it to end there. We want to make sure that it leads to action. And so I'm constantly saying, okay, so what are we going to do about that, right? So that's something. Those are two examples in my personal life that I have been trying to make an intervention.
Very good, Sarah. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I'm going to now turn the program over to Libby Romero.
Thank you, Tess. Hello, everyone. As my colleague said, my name is Libby Romero, and I'm the World Languages Coordinator at BookUp, the technical services for the Brooklyn Public Library and the New York Public Library. I serve as president of the Reforma Northeast Chapter, and I'm the current chair of the Reforma Northeast Chapter Lifetime Achievement Award and the newsletter coordinator for the Reforma National. I am delighted to introduce Ana Campos, Ana Avalos, and Madeline Peña from Los Angeles Public Library, who will be presenting today La Biblioteca in Times of Crisis. For more information and presenter bios, please visit the 2020 JMC website, and remember to use our hashtag JMC2020. Feel free to ask in the Q&A box and send it to all the panelists during the presentation, and for the sake of time, I will address them to the panelists at the end. As a reminder, these presentations are being recorded for future viewing. Thank you and enjoy the presentation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Madeline Peña, Reforma immediate past president of the LA chapter, and I also work for the Los Angeles Public Library. I'm here with my colleagues, Ana Campos. She's senior librarian in the International Languages Department at Central Library, and Ana Avalos, and she's the senior librarian for the Multilingual Collections Department. So yes, two Anas, so I did not make a mistake. That's how it is. So we're very happy to be here with you guys and presenting at the this joint mini conference 16th edition. So it's our pleasure to be here. We'll share with you a little bit of what the Los Angeles Public Library has been doing to respond to the COVID-19 crisis. Some of the stuff we will be sharing about, no, it's not everything the library has done because we're a large system, there's a lot going on, but we will try to be comprehensive and also share more of the stuff we've been directly or indirectly involved with. So here's our mission statement. We love to start with a mission statement because it informs everything we do, and we love that we are serving every individual in our diverse communities. That's our goal. And this is our new leadership values, and most of the stuff we're going to talk about has to do with us, our value of being inclusive. Well, also adaptable and effective, ethical, and visionary, but inclusive. So this is what we'll cover a little bit. We'll talk about our work with translations, facilitating translations in Spanish and other languages, our content on our website, our digital collections, social media, virtual programming, and other stuff our staff is doing. We'll talk in general, but at the same time, we want to put emphasis on services for Spanish-speaking and Latino communities. So when the pandemic started, those first days before the closure, our PR department put together this signage that was deployed to our branches bilingual, with help with the translations team. And the message at the time, wash your hands, disinfect how you touch surfaces, don't come to work or don't come to the library if you're sick. Then we went to, let's close our public computers. Let's not offer the service. Then we went to, so we'll have to cancel all public events. Then we said, let's just close Central Library for 2 weeks and leave branches open. And then we went to, everything's closed until March 31st. And you know that we're still closed. It's been a few months. But the good news is that we're getting ready to offer the library to go service, and staff is back at selected branches, and we're getting ready to reopen and offer curbside service. Now, Ana Avalos will talk a little bit about the work of our translations team.
Thank you, Madeline. Again, my name is Ana Avalos, and I'm going to start by talking about translations. So, Los Angeles Public Library has had a Spanish language translations team since spring 2018. So we do system-wide translations for the 73 locations in different departments at the Central Library. And during this pandemic, our library is now part of the citywide translations team that assists the mayor's communication office with key messages for the public during the global pandemic. And our library has been helping with different translations. We have staff that help with Armenian, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Persian, Russian, and Spanish translations. So as you can see here is a shared Google document where all the translations are entered in different languages. And on the right-hand side, you can see the actual tweet by the mayor in Japanese. And back one. Thank you. And because we have had the Spanish language translations team for a while and it has worked very well, we decided during this time to expand the translations team and include other languages. These librarians did already do translations for some of their branches, but not everybody in the system knew who exactly to ask when they needed a translation. So now we have the updated language translation request form with all the different languages. So anybody in the system can know where to go and request for translations. Our translators are very happy and eager to help out, and we are very happy that we're going to be able to provide more languages for our patrons. And now summer reading challenge. Our summer reading challenges in the past have always had a virtual component, but again, because of the pandemic, this year is launched totally online, and one of the first translations with the newly formed translations teams was to translate the content for the Summer Reading Club. So they translated all the website content, and if you go to our Summer Reading Club website, you're going to see 8 languages, which includes English and Spanish and the languages that I mentioned before. They also translated the game boards into different languages. That way patrons can have access to different languages and print it out in the language that they desire. And another initiative during this closure is the Safer at Home archive. So The Favorite Home Archive is a forum to invite Angelinos to contribute materials to document life during the pandemic. And we ask our community, or Angelinos, to submit photos, letters, journals, emails, blog posts, and different things just to document the kind of things that they're living right now in this pandemic. So we currently have the Safer at Home archive in English and Spanish, but our awesome translators already translated everything into other languages. So very soon we're going to have it available in 7 more languages.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the work of the digital content team. That is my department. And I'm very lucky to work with excellent staff, Tina Lerner, Neil Stokes, Grace Ramos, Jessica Krill, and we also work with Matthew Manson from Web Technology. So when the libraries first closed to the public, the staff was still reporting to work for a few days after the closure. So we had this idea as digital content team to bring some comfort to our staff. And instead of running our usual screensavers with library promotions, we asked for staff to share photos of their pets, and we started running this screensaver with the LAPL pets. And I think our staff really appreciated that, and actually still running since the library is still close to the public, and we'll probably keep it running for staff, perhaps with something else now that we're reopening. Basecamp. So something else that happened is that as a library system, we had our intranet, but we had some wikis and a forum, but people were not using it as much. So our assistant city librarian asked to come up with a tool for staff to communicate while they were working from home. And we tested, we evaluated different platforms and tested and then rolled out Basecamp in the HQ. And it has become a very important tool for us to work. So it is a task management system and a communication tool. You can create teams and projects, collaborate, and then you can have like a system-wide HQ, as you see here, for communication. It has brought out a lot of engagement, conversations, staff sharing about all kind of stuff, including difficult topics. So it's been an excellent tool, and that's something that we had to roll out fairly quickly. And we consider it has been successful with over 1,000 employees using it. When we have our system, we have around 1,300 employees. So I think that's really great. Of course, we had information on the coronavirus. This page was put together from the first time we closed, and it has information, current information on what the library is doing, the steps we're taking, and also resources to help our patrons, finding reliable information on the topic. And it's in Spanish as well. And of course, a week or two after we closed, we realized that our website needed to be pretty much redesigned, the homepage. We took on that task and we switched our regular website to the library at home. And we now showcase with a very visual and simple layout all our digital, virtual, electronic resources and services, and make it kind of easier for our patrons to access this information, including our e-media, our audiobooks, our online learning classes, databases, our special digital collections, et cetera, et cetera. So if you go to our website, apl.org, you'll see it. And also, we did the same for the Spanish site, and we redesigned the Spanish website. It pretty much offers Spanish speakers the same experience that English speakers get when they visit the site, but all in Spanish, and also with some adapted tools to the Spanish audience as well. Like, it's not exact same resources. We are highlighting also stuff that might resonate better with the Spanish-speaking audience or Latino audience in Los Angeles. Our staff have been creating a lot of interesting blog posts for the system. So we do manage the blog, and we've been putting out daily, sometimes 2, sometimes 3, even 4 at times, blog posts written by our staff members. And many of them are in Spanish. You can see a screenshot here. And this one has been very popular. I helped put together, and it shares a gallery of beautiful Zoom backgrounds you can use for your virtual meetings. And you see Celia Avila is the model there. She's the current PR chair for Reforma National. Email. So we also help with emails. We have emails. We collaborate a lot with the PR department and with other units like the Engagement and Learning Division. And during this pandemic, we've been sending more emails to our patrons, from the initial, hey, we have to close and this is why, to then sharing resources they can access from home, especially the one on the right for parents and students and teachers. And also we send a special email for Spanish speakers. And most recently this week, we send out an email sharing more content and talking about, for example, the Black Lives Matter and Juneteenth celebration today and the anniversary of the Octavia Lab that Anna will mention. Anna Campos will talk more about it in a little bit. And this has been in addition to the regular emails we send, the monthly newsletter that the PR department puts together, and our summer reading emails that we send on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. There's a lot of video content being created now. We have the social media librarian creating lots of videos, and the PR department, the digital content team, Neil Stokes from my team, creating a lot of videos. And I've helped with some of the videos as well. And we have a mix of educational videos, a mix of entertaining videos, and also some video tutorials that we put together. And many of them we've done in English and also in Spanish. Some of them have been to an audience which are like parents, teachers, and students, because we have this student success card, and it is a library card that is automatically assigned to each student who's part of the Los Angeles Unified School District. So we wanted to raise awareness, let parents know, hey, you have this card. If you don't have the physical card because you lost it, you never opened the letter, etc. This is how you can recover your library card number. And here are some videos that can help you learn how to use the library, the very easy, simple videos, and we made them both in English and Spanish. There are also a lot of video on our YouTube channel that are recordings of our live programming. So if you need some entertainment and some also tutorials and so information about what the library is doing, go to our YouTube channel. And the link there, lapl.org /2-biblioteca, we, at the request of the New Americans Initiative, we compiled a list and clips from different videos with tutorials showing patrons from how to sign up for a Gmail account to how to use some of our resources. So check it out. This is one of the pages we put out recently. Our library issued a statement, and it's on that page. And then our librarians, our staff, contributed titles to put together book lists, and we also have a book list in Spanish, La Vidas Negras Importan. Now, Ana Avalos will talk a little more about our collections.
Yes, so our library has, of course, a lot of electronic books, but because patrons were not going to have access to physical materials, our library dedicated a lot of our budget into buying a lot more electronic books and e-audiobooks. So we bought a lot more in English and also in Spanish, as well as other languages, so that patrons can have access to these materials online. And another thing that was launched during the pandemic is the ACKNOWLEDGMENT platform. This was coordinated, the acquisition was coordinated by one of our colleagues, Edwin Rolarte. And ACKNOWLEDGMENT is a digital platform with about 300 books, all in Spanish from Latin America. And it gives patrons access to graphic, narrative, and interactive books for children ages 3 and up. So it's very nice, and the books are very good and attractive to patrons. And also, our library has a very robust social media account. We have a Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram account in English. And we have had a Twitter account in Spanish, in Spanish for a while, but during this pandemic, Patty Valdovinos coordinated the acquiring of this new account, LAPL in Espanol, in order to promote more books, services, history of the library, and also to offer Spanish weekly story times. So it's a good way to connect to patrons if they didn't have access to Twitter.
Okay, it's for virtual programming. So, by the way, I'm the other Anna. That's how you keep us apart. The other Anna, or I won't say the other joke. So we had, like everyone else, when this started, we were just going like, 2 weeks. Okay, we'll work from home for 2 weeks. So all the programs we had, like the New Americans, language classes, Know Your Rights, our summer reading program, all that, as time went on, and we're like, oh no, there's more than 2 weeks. We slowly started adding our events virtually. So first it was the recorded story times, and those were promoted on our Facebook and all of the social media events. And then we moved on to the live story times, Ask a Librarian Live, New Americans, language classes, Know Your Rights, summer reading, LMA, health and wellness, music and performances, and book clubs. And I'm going to go a little bit more into the type of programs that I'm talking about that we're moving, including La Hora de Cuentos en Pijamas. That's the one Ana Avalos mentioned that Patti Valdovinos has coordinated. That's extremely well. I think they have over 1,000 views. And if you could see, if you look at the calendar, this is just for story time on a Monday, June 22nd. So this is upcoming. So you can still go to that one if you want. It hasn't happened yet. That's just story time. If you look at the calendar, there's 6 events that are happening on Monday just for story time. That is not including all the adult programs. It's not including the teen programs. So any given day, we have over 15 to 20 programs online for our patrons. Here's another example. This is the adult for Tuesday, June 23rd. Again, I'm promoting. If you have time, you can still sign up for those programs and you can attend. Here's another example, like Know Your Rights. And this is a program that we had. We bring a lot of nonprofits that come and talk to our patrons about different topics. And we're very fortunate that we can also offer them in other languages. So we had this one also available in Spanish. And this was coordinated with the New Americans. And I will go, what is the New Americans, you may ask? The New Americans was launched about 2 years ago, and what they offer is a lot of immigration services to our patrons. We work with a lot of nonprofits that help people fill out applications for citizenship, for DACA, and other type of, and they also help them with other type of immigration questions. We also have people that will help them with business, for small businesses, give them information, financial coaching. And that's something that used to be done on site, or a patron will make an appointment, they'll go and talk to the provider. However, they also switched to now doing a virtual, actually over the phone. So patrons can call, make an appointment, and a provider will call them and provide help for them that way. And here, this is another example. So, pregúntale a un bibliotecario. You might recognize some of those faces. So this came about after Ask a Librarian Live, which was started by Neil, who works with Madeline, and he's excellent. I watch one of the programs, and the idea is librarians go online and tell patrons about some of the platforms that we offer, services, and they're also available to answer questions live. And that's how we started. And now, if you go to the next slide, you'll see that this is some of the topics. So we cover everything from summer reading, gardening, tumble books, make. We've been teaching patrons how to get learning, tutor.com. And one of the reasons why we decided to do this as well is we realized a lot of our patrons are not, one, they don't know the services that we provide, and two, they don't know how to create the accounts that they need to create in order to access those services. So through our program, we're helping patrons access the many, many services that we offer for free. And here you see it. This is all the ones we have, and we actually have we have a lot of views, and our videos are one of the most popular for our general Facebook page. So please keep liking us. I know many of you are watching them, so please give us all those likes so we can brag to admin how great these programs are for our patrons as well. And here's another thing we've done. So we started also incorporating, my department used to have on-site language classes for patrons. I work at International Languages Department. And now we added that now we offer but virtually. So we have American Sign Language, which is offered by another branch. We teach Armenian, Chinese, Italian, Japanese, and we average about 22 attendees. And this is done through Zoom accounts. So normally patrons will email the host and the host sends them the Zoom link to attend a class. The next one. Okay, so this one last year, Madeline Peña, Edwin Rodarte, with working with the translation team, came out with this great idea of having this book festival, and that was Los Angeles Libro Festival. And we're hoping for maybe a couple hundred people, and we got over 5,000. So it was a great success. The mayor with his daughter came, loved the event. And as you can see by looking at the photos, people really enjoyed the event. So because we did so well, we were moving to that state to do it this year. But because of what's going on, we went from maybe, we should do virtual with a combination of a physical. And then as things progress, we decided, no, we're going to go virtual. So please save the date, September 26th, 10 to 4. Oh, and in fact, one of the presenters, Julissa Arce, will also be at our event. So after, you can watch her today, and then you can learn more about her at our festival. And that's why I get people to come to all my programs. So thank you. Please save the date and attend the Libros Fest. One of the other things we did, so, we were home. All of us have been working from home. Lupe Leiva, which some of you, I'm sure, know, she's also a reformista. She saw in one of the social media, I think it was maybe on Basecamp, someone talking about, it'll be great, I'll be learning Spanish for our patrons. It's not a good time to do that. And then she thought, why not? We could teach. We have staff that's qualified, that have the skills. So she recruited some of us from a translation team, and we were teaching classes. I think we had about 9 classes for 8 weeks. And you can see some of the lesson plans that we created. Some of us got the beautiful certificate that Ana Avalos created. And some of the feedback that we got from our staff. It's on the next slide. There you go. They love the class. Some of them are looking forward to using the vocabulary because most of the vocabulary was centered for library staff. So we're using words that they were going to utilize once they go back and work with the public, because that was the concentration that we had for that particular. And we also have staff work at disaster service workers, the city employees. We're part of that team. So we have 492 disaster workers as of last week, but I think more people were added. But for now, 492, and we had people over 5,000 assignments, which was working in shelter sites, trailer sites as facility managers, delivery drivers for meals. They work at the senior meal hotline. So our staff were very busy and still are very busy. They're working directly for the library program, doing programming. And here's another example. This is the Octavia Lab that Madeline mentioned earlier. The Octavia Lab is a makerspace. They have 3D printers. They have all these other great high technology things. So when the pandemic happened, they started working on face shields. And Biha, what you see there, it's the one that's in charge of the lab, and she worked with a lot of other nonprofits to start creating these face shields for essential workers, and they deliver them to the hospitals. And now they're also going to create them for staff when we go back to the branches or the departments. And I think I'm almost así, Lily. So I think, there you go. En colorín colorado, el cuento de las multas ha terminado. So we're fine-free now. So we're done fines. And that's a big thing that was going to be launched in April. But now, unfortunately,
No,
but we're still fine-free. So thank you.
But we have some questions that I wanted to give some time for the questions too. But if you have a few minutes to, okay, we are.
There we go.
All right, great. So great presentation, great programs that you're doing, and also all the resources and the tools, wonderful things that you have been Thank you for sharing all those because we all need to have more creative ideas. So I have a question here. They say, how many people are part of the translation team, and do the members have to get any kind of a special certification?
The Spanish language translations team has 7 members because there's more Spanish speakers. And then the other teams that we're forming right now have between 2 and 4 members. And yes, they have to receive a 5.5 bilingual bonus per MOU in order to do translations for the system.
So that's a test that the city provides. So you have to pass a test.
It's very easy though.
So is there a platform to use when you translate?
We start with the Google Doc, and then we have a Google Share Drive that we have everything organized in that Share Drive. And we also now use Basecamp to assign different translation assignments to different people in the group. So that's what we use in the Spanish group, and we talk to all the other translations teams about the process that we have in Spanish, and that's the same process they're going to follow. So the first thing is that we start with the inside intranet form for internal form for people to request the translation through there. Then the Google Share document, and then we have at least 2 people look at it before we send it back to the requester.
We are aware of tools that help with translations. We haven't used them yet, and that's something we need to think about in the future now that we're expanding. But we're only using Google Docs, as Anna mentioned. We're not using any of those specialized tools that help us, that are used by professional translators, but maybe in the future.
Thank you. So the next question is, what do you do for people without internet access? We have 1 minute, sorry.
So now we're getting ready to open back our libraries. There is also a program that was launched during the pandemic, and we didn't have time to talk about it. It's the Street Fleet. So there are 3 vans, and they are, providing all kind of services. It would have to include a different presentation. But if you Google LAPL Street Fleet, you'll see it. So they are somehow providing additional services in that matter. That's why we also have the phone lines for some of, for our library. So people are, our patrons can call us when they have questions for Ask a Librarian, and also for the New Americans Initiative. So it's a combination of things, but hopefully with the reopening for curbside pickup, that'll help us reconnect with those patrons who are not using technology as we might want them.
So thank you very much, Madeline, Ana Avalos, and Ana Campos. Thank you so much for sharing all your information. Take care.
Thank you, Libby.
Thank you.
So now we have our next panel, the authors panel, and it's my pleasure to introduce Miriam Tuliao, the Library Marketing Manager at Penguin Random House. She will be moderating the other panel. Welcome, Miriam.
Thank you, Libby. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to make sure that you can hear me. So good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you for joining us for this author panel program on the immigrant experience. I'm delighted to be here with you today virtually and privileged to introduce you to 4 esteemed writers. They are social justice advocate Julissa Arce with her heartfelt and inspiring story, Alguien como yo, La lucha de una niña por alcanzar el sueño americano, from Vintage Español. Melissa Rivero with a richly told debut novel, Los Falcón, from Vintage Español. Journalist Roberto Lovato with a fierce and illuminating history on forgetting, a memoir of family migration, gangs, and revolution in the Americas. And Susie Yang with another debut, White Ivy, a propulsive coming-of-age story that explores race, love, and class, from Simon & Schuster. 4 wonderful books to look forward to, and 4 wonderful writers to hear from now. Our first guest panelist is Julissa Arce, a leading voice in the fight for social justice, immigrant rights, and education equality. Julissa Arce is a CNBC and Crooked Media contributor, writer, speaker, the co-founder of Ascend Educational Fund, and a board member for College Spring and the National Immigration Law Center. Prior to becoming a social justice advocate, she built a successful career on Wall Street, working at Goldman Sachs and Merrill Lynch. Alguien Como Yo, published by Vintage Español this spring, has been praised by Booklist, the reviewer writing, like today's dreamers, Julissa makes her appreciation of her heritage clear, along with her gratitude for all of the advantages in the United States, offering young people a clear autobiographical viewpoint of a controversial issue. This is a must for collections. Welcome, Julissa.
Hello. Can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you so much for having me. And I just want to start off by acknowledging a couple of things. One being that yesterday we did have a very big win in immigrant rights with DACA being upheld by the Supreme Court, or at least deciding that the Trump administration couldn't end it. And so I just want to highlight that as being something that I was really excited and happy about yesterday. And then the second thing, of course, is today being Juneteenth, and the importance of celebrating today. I think it should be a national holiday, and I hope that all of us are taking the time today to learn about what Juneteenth is about and what it means. So I wanted to use the time that I have to do a couple of things. I wanted to share the story that I tell in Español es Alguien Como Yo, and in English the book is called Someone Like Me. So I want to share a little bit about what the story is that I share in the book, for those of you that maybe haven't read it or aren't familiar with my story. And then the second thing I want to do is just to talk about why it is that I wanted to write the story. My book first came out as a general audience book called My Underground American Dream, and then I decided to write it as a middle grade book because I thought it was really important for young people, particularly, to read about these types of stories. So I will talk about that second. So first, just my story for those of you that aren't familiar with it. I was born in Mexico, in Tasco, Guerrero, Mexico, and I came to the US when I was 11 years old. One of the aspects of my story that I thought was really important to share, that I think a lot of times is left out of the immigrant conversation, is the part of my story where I remained in Mexico for 8 years and my parents were already in the United States. There are entire towns in my home state of Guerrero where what you really have is just mothers and children, because so many of the fathers have left to come to the United States to find work. My parents left Mexico when I was 3 years old, and from the time I was 3 to the time I was 11, they were in the US and I was in Mexico. I grew up with my grandmother and my 2 sisters and a nanny. And my parents would often come back to the US, to Mexico, and then back to the US. They had visas that allowed them the opportunity to do that, to be able to go back and forth. As I share in the book, there was one particular moment that really changed everything for my family. And from that moment, my parents were really unable to go back to Mexico as frequently as they had before. So there would be an entire year where I wouldn't see my mom or dad. And when I was 11, they finally decided to bring me to the US to live with them, because by that time, my sisters had left our small town of Tasco and gone to a different city to go to high school and to go to college in Mexico. And so at age of 11, my life really changed dramatically, because I went from being a child in Mexico that viewed my parents as visitors almost. I didn't really know my parents very well. I didn't know what it was like to have a parent, and not just someone that brought you Christmas presents. And the time that we spent together in Mexico, because it was so brief, was always so full of joy. But then moving to the United States and truly understanding the sacrifices that my parents were making in order for me to have the life that I had in Mexico. And I think the other theme that you will find in my book is the theme of language. And I think that if you speak with any immigrant or anybody who's ever been an English learner, you'll hear a horror story of how our lack of English was really used as a weapon against us, whether sometimes, very sadly, it's teachers that assume that because you don't speak English, you aren't smart, or that you need to be in remedial classes because you don't speak English, where I view learning English as just that, learning English. And by the time I was done learning English, ahora hablo dos idiomas. Now I speak two languages. But also the trauma that comes from not knowing the language. And my parents didn't want to enroll me in English as a second language courses because they really thought that would put me behind because of the stigma around learning English. And so they just threw me into an all English speaking class. And it was really scary not being able to communicate with my teachers, not being able to communicate with my classmates. And one of the stories that I tell in Someone Like Me and Alguien Como Yo is a story of being in 7th grade, and I was placed in the honors math class because math was something that didn't need translation. 2 + 2 is 4 in any language, and its numbers were something that I could understand and that I could grasp onto and that I could hold on to at a time when everything else was there was so much ambiguity in my life. I remember this kid, his name was Justin, and I'll never forget this. And when they announced the kids that were going to be placed in honors math class, he raised his hand and he said, "Why is she in the honors math class? She's a Mexican. She doesn't even speak English." And that was the first time that I realized that as someone who didn't speak English, as someone that was an immigrant, as someone that was Mexican, I was going to face some challenges living in the United States. And my biggest challenge, and again, this is a big theme in the book, is that when I was 14, the visa that I used to come into the United States expired. And that's when I became undocumented. And I was an undocumented 14-year-old child who didn't really understand the consequences of being undocumented. And the last part of the book really focuses on my desire and my dream to go to college, and how going to college was really a fulfillment of not just my dream, but my parents' dreams. And again, everything that they sacrificed and everything that I sacrificed, frankly, too, to be able to stay in this country. I mentioned that I first told my story in a general adult book, My Underground American Dream. And in that book, I share a little bit of what I just shared with all of you. But the story really focuses on my time on Wall Street, because I was undocumented and I worked on Wall Street for many years. I became a vice president at Goldman Sachs, which arguably is one of the most prestigious investment banks in the world, as an undocumented person. And so that book really focuses on that story and what it was like to live with the fear of being found out. But I really wanted to share the story for a younger audience because when I was growing up, I never read any books that told stories like mine. And I just think about how different I would have grown up knowing that my story was important, that it was so important that there were books written about it. And that really motivated me to want to share the story for a young audience. And I think particularly right now, where the stories that we tell about Latinos, the stories that we tell about Mexicans, the story that we tell about undocumented immigrants tend to be very negative. And I want kids and young readers to read a different story, a story that can inspire them to pursue their dreams and to know that exactly who they are is perfect and it's beautiful, and that they don't need to assimilate in order to belong. That belonging comes from the heart, and then that's where we should focus on, instead of just trying to change ourselves to fit in. And I've been very pleased and very happy with so many of the letters that young readers write me, that tell me that for the first time they've enjoyed reading a book, and that I think is the biggest compliment I get is when I get a letter from a 4th or 5th grader who tell me that they don't enjoy reading or that they didn't previously enjoy reading, but that my book allowed them to see themselves and therefore want to finish a book, and that now they're looking forward to reading more books. And that always is the biggest compliment. So I look forward to your questions. Please feel free to ask anything in the chat. And I know we'll have some time at the end to answer more questions. Again, the names of my book, Someone Like Me in English, Alguien Como Yo en Español. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julissa. Our next speaker is Melissa Rivero, born in Lima, Peru, and raised in Brooklyn. Melissa Rivero is a graduate of New York University and Brooklyn Law School, and she currently works on a legal team of a startup. Her writing has taken her to the Vona Voices workshops, Breadloaf, and the Norman Mailer Writers Colony. And in 2015, Melissa was an Emerging Writers Fellow at the Center for Fiction. Los Falcón, published by Vintage Español this spring. It is the Spanish edition of The Affairs of the Falcons, and it has been praised by Library Journal. A reviewer wrote, Rivero's talent for storytelling and sympathetic portrayal of many characters propels this novel above the melodrama of the telenovelas that play in the background of Valeria's television. Book groups will thoroughly enjoy this vivid, inspired debut, a valuable addition to immigrant literature. Welcome, Melissa.
Hi, thank you for having me. Just a forewarning, my children, I could not get a sitter, so my children may just barge in here at any moment, but I do appreciate being here. So the names of my book are Los Falcón, the Spanish language version of The Affairs of the Falcon, which came out last April, and The Falcon came out this year, this April. So a little bit about me. I was born in Lima, Peru. My mother is from a town called Pucallpa, and my father in like the Amazonian jungle, and my dad is from Callao, which is like a port city north of Lima. We came to this country when I was about 18 months old, I want to say. And I grew up undocumented I was undocumented for about 7 years. And so being in this country, and my brothers were born here. My mother was actually like 8 months pregnant with one of my brothers when we arrived. But I was very much aware of the fact that I was undocumented. And I knew what that meant. I knew that it meant that my parents could be taken away from me. I knew that it meant that I could be taken away from them, that we would be separated from our brothers, that I would be separated from my brothers, that we could potentially have to go back to Peru and give up our life here. And, you know, my mother worked in factories. My dad had odd jobs, including that of a cab driver. And so she worked in one particular place I remember that did have an ICE raid or an INS raid, immigration raid. And she came home, I remember one time, very flustered because I guess she had gotten word that there was a raid and managed to make it home before actually getting to her factory. And then at one point, I remember immigration came looking for our neighbor, and they knocked on our door. And my mother was afraid that they were going to find out that we were also undocumented and take us. So, you know, I say that because I tell this story because like I'm coming from, it wasn't until after I wrote my book that I sort of realized that was a wound that hadn't healed. Like this fear of separation was something that I had sort of just like put away and never really addressed. But the book came out of a story that my mother told me about something that happened to her in the early years of us being here. And I won't say what it is because I feel like I'd be giving up exactly like like a pivotal part in the novel. But I kept hearing the story, and I just decided to write down and imagine what it would have been like to have been her, this undocumented mother, and what it would have been like to have been in her shoes and under those circumstances. And I found Anna, my protagonist, and she was someone who I just was so interested in. I was so interested in her world, and I was so interested in her story and like the people that inhabited her life and what drove her, what motivated her. And I kept going back to the page. I kept going back to her, to the people in her life, to why she did the things she did, and trying to understand her. And it took me the very first scene I wrote to the time that I actually like sold it to my, to my publisher, about 6-7 years to write. And when I started writing the book, I didn't know I was writing a book. I just knew that there was a character here who I felt very much intrigued by. And a world that I knew because as a Peruvian, I was obviously familiar with that world that I was creating for her. But that I didn't realize at the time I was telling the story. I sort of just like, as I wrote and got to know her, I started realizing what it was that I was trying to say. A lot of it just comes from for me at least, came from the unconscious. And then when I went back to sort of edit after I had like a full manuscript, I realized I was making conscious choices about what it was that I was trying to tell in terms of her story. But when I started, I didn't have children. And by the time I ended it, I had 2 children. And I was working full time. I'm an attorney. I work at, this techie startup company. So it's a very demanding job. And I would write on the subway. I would write like when I was like pumping milk in the closet, like I just found ways to write because I was so passionate about telling her story, and sharing in many, in many ways my community. Because I mean, I haven't seen literature about Peruvians or Peruvians living in the United States, and it's not like something that I've seen, and I wanted to see it on paper. And I was intrigued by her. And so I wrote it, and it wasn't until like I started to talk to editors and they were asking me questions about it, like why did I write it, and like and that's when I sort of was just like, you know what, like I realized just how much that affected me, as a kid growing up, how that fear of getting caught, was a trauma that I hadn't really addressed. And after I had my children, I felt like at least I could get closer to that fear. I understood a little bit more what that fear would be like as a mother. I realized that I knew it, and I tried to put it away as a child, right? It's a different fear when it's coming from as a mom. And with everything that was happening in this country, the funny thing is like everyone kept telling me, this is so timeless, it's a timely story. And it's like, no, it's not timely. Like we've been dealing with this. I don't want to, with this crap, like for decades, right? If not centuries about, but in particular, like what's happening now, it isn't something new. I mean, I came to this country in the 80s, like the story is happening in the 90s, and we're still dealing with this. And if anything, it's gotten worse in my opinion. The DACA ruling was great, but that is just like one step, right? That is like, you've got so much more work to do. And so it came to me just sort of like how much of my writing, at least for me as an author, is really propelled by my community and what I want to convey about my community. And it explores, a lot of things that have impacted me, what it is to be a woman in Peruvian culture, what it is to be indigenous versus like white, right? The expectations that that we put on mothers and the expectations that we have on ourselves too, that just can deter us in many ways from meeting our goals and achieving our own dreams. You know, we put so much emphasis on what our children want or what our family wants. What do we want? You know, like when are we going to ask ourselves that question and, you know, and really start like addressing it head on. So anyway, so that's like what my book is about. I've gotten some very interesting responses from readers. Most of it has been very positive. I will get the occasional, you know, DM or email or whatnot that is like, oh, I loved your book. It was so great. I really enjoyed it, et cetera, et cetera. And it'll end with something like, you know, I just don't really like your politics, or, you know, I don't agree with like your point of view on some political issues. And it's just like, okay, fine. But at least I got you thinking, right? At least I got you thinking about that and questioning maybe a little bit, because it's if I can do that, then I feel like maybe I've made some progress for some people who I really feel like probably need to reevaluate some of their thinking on certain things. And maybe we can take that to the poll, you know? So anyhow, I'm like rambling at this point, but, yeah. So again, my books are, you know, Los Falcón, and the Affairs of the Falcons. I've got to tell you, when I did not get too emotional when I got this, I mean, I love it. You know, it's, even when I got the hardcover, I was like, oh my gosh, like it's blue enough. But when I saw this, I cried. And I think like I got emotional because finally it's like, I'm even getting emotional now because it's finally in the language of the people who are in the book. You know, it's for like my community can actually like pick it up and read it. My mom, my abuelita, my tias, my tios, you know, my cousins, like they can all like actually read it. And it's probably my favorite cover. Like, I won't tell anybody else that, but like, it is probably one of my favorite covers. So thank you. I'll be happy to answer questions at the end.
Thank you so much, Melissa. Our next author is Roberto Lovato, a teacher, journalist, and writer working out of San Francisco Writers Grotto. Roberto recently completed a 3-year commitment as a visiting scholar at the University of California, Berkeley Center for Latino Policy Research. He is a recipient of a crisis reporting grant from the Pulitzer Center. His writings have appeared in numerous national and international publications, including Guernica Magazine, the Boston Globe, Foreign Policy Magazine, The Guardian, and La Opinión. Unforgetting, a memoir of family, migration, gangs, and revolution in the Americas, will be published by HarperCollins in September, and it's received much early praise. The author of Natural Causes and Nickel and Dime, Barbara Ehrenreich, writes gripping and beautiful with the artistry of a poet and intensity of a revolutionary. Lovato untangles the tightly skein of love and terror that connects El Salvador and the United States. Welcome, Roberto.
Thank you, Miriam. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And can you see me?
We see the cover of your book.
Okay. Okay. Well. All right. Well, I'll just continue.
And now, if you could just click on the link to your camera, we should be able to see you.
Okay. Where? Okay. There it is.
Right down
Sorry
there.
about that,
No
everyone.
worries.
Can you see
There
me
we
now?
go.
Oh,
Yes,
there I am.
perfect.
Okay. So thank you, Miriam. Thank you to my fellow panelists, Julissa, Susie, and Adriana. Thank you also to, I'm sorry, Julissa, Susie, and Melissa. I also want to thank Adriana, Libby Romero, and Kenny Garcia, and others of you in Reforma for your leadership that you exercised in support of a campaign that I conceived and co-founded with Miriam Gurba and David Bowles, Dignidad Literaria, which challenged, the notion that Latinos can't tell their own stories. And it's so, I also want to thank those of you in the audience that are librarians. As a journalist covering electronic surveillance and privacy and state surveillance, I learned that librarians, oddly enough, were among the first to step up and defend the rights of people's privacy. And I was pleasantly surprised by that. Like, I didn't know that until I started writing about it. So my book is called Unforgetting, a memoir of family, migration, gangs, and revolution in the Americas. I'll include a link. I don't have an actual copy of it yet to show you, so apologies, but I'll include a link in the chat for you. I'm here in Austin right now. I live in San Francisco, but I'm in Austin doing some work. And this is actually near where my story started, where I met a boy named David, a 6-year-old Salvadoreño boy who was in an immigrant prison just south of Austin in a town called Carnes. It's one of these immigrant gulags that the United States has built cages and concentration camps, etc., for largely Central American children. And mothers. Most people don't even recognize that the vast majority, if you look at the Department of Homeland Security statistics, of the people imprisoned are Central American, from Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, etc. So I was there in Carnes interviewing David's mother, who, oddly enough, was organizing a hunger strike. And I was taken by this image because I had written a story for the Columbia Journalism Review about the coverage of child separation and of caging and all this. And I discovered that the only Central Americans in the stories were two-dimensional images of pain and sound bites of suffering that we all heard at that time. But there were no Central American scholars, no Central American journalists, no Central American community leaders. Zero. And I looked with some volunteers at the entire panorama of U.S. major media. And so, our voices were clearly erased from our own stories. So I thought it would be interesting to tell a story, a journalistic story about this hunger strike that these migrants were organizing. I talked to the leader, Elena, when her son, David, interrupts us. And David had two pictures he had drawn with crayons and markers. One picture, he said, was the happy scene of what it would be like if he and his mom get to stay in the United States. And it had a son, a house, and crayons, a beautiful, Caravaggio drawing by a young boy. And then the other was the other scene, which was a skeleton with some teeth, which was the logo of the Los Revolucionarios gang that had killed David's uncle in front of him on a soccer field in El Salvador. And, as we were talking, he says, I could see his brains through his teeth. And at that moment, his mom, Elena, my friend that it brought me to Carnes, and myself, we started crying. And my own experience of that, it reminded me of 30 years of these kinds of drawings that I've seen over the course of my adult life. As a Salvadoreño that's seen war, that's seen mass grave sites, a journalist that's seen mass grave sites, that's seen a refugee crisis, and the birth of the gangs in Los Angeles. Crayon drawings of orphan children in Chalatenango, whose houses had been bombed, whose parents had been killed when their houses were bombed, or crayon drawings of unaccompanied minors in Los Angeles who have these green helicopters chasing them down, Border Patrol. And crayon drawings of kids in Los Angeles whose parents were picked up and handed over to the then Immigration and Naturalization Service by the LAPD that helped give birth to the gangs, oddly enough. So my books begins there in Carnes because the drawing that David showed me and the story that he told me became a portal to a forgotten past. The forgotten past of Central America, the forgotten past of the U.S. in Central America, and the U.S. with respect to Centro Americanos who have not had a chance to tell their own stories. At the same time, it became a portal to my own past. I never envisioned that I, a journalist, would be writing a memoir because I haven't practiced that. But then it was a portal. I have a portal into my father's past. My father has this really heavy story that I can't tell you because I'll give away the whole one of the big surprises in the book. So I'll join Melissa in reserving some things for in the hopes that you might read it. But my dad, I'll just tell you, my dad has this really heavy story, and I didn't know about it for the entire part of my adult life. And that's my dad's story explains my own craziness as a kid, that kind of joined a clique when I was a kid, or the kid that went to El Salvador to join the opposition to the fascist military dictatorship, and the kid that's gone to really scary places ever since. So my book's about the secrets of families and of nations. And, when I view it from a Central American perspective, I look at American Dirt, a book that we all know about, we all heard about, and are still talking about. And I look at it, and it looks like a cartoon from my vantage point of 30 years of war, migration, unaccompanied minors, LAPD, violence, etc. And, I've been on La Bestia. I've seen and interviewed people on the trains that cross north, and I've seen how most of the people are Central American, but American Dirt had it being a middle-class Mexican mother who, instead of driving or overstaying her visa or catching a bus, told her kid, "Hey, mijo, let's go in the bus and be terrorized like the Central Americans." I don't know. It just seems cartoonish to me. So I see my book as kind of a real American Dirt, right? Because as a journalist, I use my journalist skills to try to uncover things that aren't being told. And in that way, it's a journey into different underworlds, the underworlds of gangs, whose top leaders I've met. I've met low-level gang members in California, in El Salvador, in other parts of Central America. I've met death squad operatives that are one of the drivers of the violence that makes El Salvador one of the most violent countries on earth. So I go and I've met them during the war. They persecuted me during the war. They tried to kill us during the war, and they've continued after the war. The underworlds of guerrilleros, the underworlds of family secrets, and the underworlds of countries that are in absolute denial about their responsibility to their own populations and to those of other countries. So I'll conclude just by saying that mine is a book that's going to be one of the first nonfiction books written by a member of the third largest Latino subgroup in the United States, Centroamericanos. It's the first nonfiction book published by one of the big 5 publishers, written by and about us. So I really appreciate your ears and eyes and hopefully your hearts joining me on this journey that I've had of 5 years in writing this book. And I welcome any questions in the discussion. And thank you again to Reforma.
Thank you so much, Roberto. Our final speaker is Susie Yang. Born in China and coming to the United States as a child, she received her doctorate of pharmacy from Rutgers. She launched a tech startup in San Francisco that has taught more than 20,000 people how to code. Susie has studied creative writing at Tin House and Sackett Street, and she has lived across the United States, Europe, and Asia, while now residing in the UK. White Ivy is her first novel, and it will be published by Simon & Schuster in September. It has received much early praise. Joshua Ferris, the prize-winning author of To Rise Again at a Decent Hour, writes, "White Ivy is magic and a necessary corrective both to the stereotypes and the pieties that too easily characterize the immigrant experience. Most pleasing of all is a story of Ivy Lynn, a daring young woman in search of herself and not soon to be forgotten." Welcome, Susie.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So first off, thank you for having me today. I'm really honored to be here with such smart, accomplished authors. Today is Juneteenth, and it's also my birthday, so I can't think of a better thing. I can't think of a better thing to celebrate on my birthday. I'll get into it. I'm the author of White Ivy, which comes out this September, so I have the cover here with me. White Ivy tells the story of Ivy Lynn, a Chinese-American immigrant who falls in love with a boy named Gideon Speyer, who is the son of a Massachusetts state senator. We follow Ivy from 14 to 27 as she becomes an elementary school teacher in Boston. and reconnects with Gideon and his wealthy New England family. So that's the overarching premise of the book, and that's what you're going to read in the book jacket. But I think that the true story of White Ivy is about privilege. So there's all kinds of different privileges, right? There's money, family background, education, ethnicity, and most importantly, I think it's knowledge, which leads to access and legitimacy. But what does it mean to be legitimate, and who legitimizes us? Through this book, Ivy's ambition to gain legitimacy and access leads her to make harder and harder choices as she looks around at her peers, her very white peers, and asks herself, why not me? And why can't those things be mine? But another aspect I wanted to show was how privilege itself has so much to do with perception. Ivy envies those that she sees who have more than she does, but to others, Ivy herself is someone who may have many advantages. And much of Ivy's growth in the story is confronting her own prejudices and assumptions and struggling to reconcile who she is with who she wants to be. Is her identity based on her own experiences and inherent merits, or is identity itself just a matter of perception? So a little about me. My trajectory to becoming an author is a bit unconventional. I went to Rutgers and graduated with a pharmacy degree, as you guys have heard, but I actually hated every second of it. I ended up moving to San Francisco afterward, and I joined a startup community there. I launched an online learning site that taught people how to build web apps, and I ran that for 4 years before the writing itch became intolerable. So, I mean, I think all of us authors, we've been writing all our lives, but I've never attempted to get published, and I've never let anyone read a single word. But for me, this was kind of a gasping attempt to see if I could become a real author. And I gave myself a year to complete the novel, and I didn't tell anybody about it except for my husband. And the result is White Ivy. In terms of how I came up with the idea, so first and foremost, I wanted to write a book that I wanted to read. And being Asian American, I really wanted to upend the stereotype of a model minority. So I wanted to make Ivy someone who would always be underestimated. And the first line of the book is actually, Ivy Lynn is a thief, but you would never know it to look at her. So that line came to me, and then the whole arc of her story came at once. So growing up in an immigrant family, I was born in China, came to the States when I was 5. Buying books itself was a completely unnecessary luxury, especially fiction. My parents would only buy me math workbooks or test prep books. And even then, I couldn't mark up the book so we could return it after I was done, or my younger brother could use it after me. So suffice to say, I completely depended on libraries for access to books. So speaking of that, actually, I really wanted to read a passage from my novel, which I think is very apt for Reforma. It goes, suffice to say, neither of Ivy's parents provided any resources for her fanciful imagination. What kind of life would she have? What kind of love and excitement awaited her in her future? These finer details Ivy filled in with books. She learned English easily. Indeed, she could not remember a time she had not understood English, and she became a precocious reader. The tiny, unkempt West Maplebury Library, staffed by a half-deaf librarian, was her mother's free version of babysitting. It was Ivy's favorite place in the whole world. So that passage was absolutely from my own experience. The limit of books that you could check out at my local library in Baltimore was 30. So I would check out 30 Sweet Valley books or Animal books every time. And looking back, I feel like that libraries for me and, the social class that my family was from, it's absolutely a great equalizer. Anyone can read. And if they, want access to books, they can go do so. But I think more importantly, the books that you read as young kids give you the capacity to imagine a better life, which is what I think representation is all about. The ability to imagine a better life, I think, is the root source of privilege, and it's because it's what we believe and is told is possible for us. And if we see more books that say, "Hey, this is possible for you," I would have loved to see that growing up as a kid too. Even being an author for me, for me it was, is this possible for me? And then once I kind of set aside the time to do that, it felt almost like it happened overnight, even though I spent 3 years writing this book. So thank you for being such allies for us, Reforma and other librarians, especially during this landmark time in history where I think that equalizers are needed more than ever.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. We have time now for a few questions from the audience. And one of the questions that we have are, what are you dreaming about now? And this would be for any of the authors. You can unmute yourself.
You mean like besides like a nap, like and some childcare? What am I dreaming about now? From a writing perspective, honestly, I am dreaming about finding the time and the space to continue writing. I find it sometimes very hard to justify going to the page. It's hard being a writer. It's hard. We're not, you know, when you look at some of the Twitter conversations, I mean, we should be compensated more than what we are, right? And quite frankly, for me, like as someone with kids and student loans, like I dream about being able to write and to have the space to create, and to feel like my work is also valued in that way, so that I can continue doing it. And sometimes, you know, I personally struggle with trying to undo some of the things that I think, as I love my parents and they're great. They raised me well, I think. But, you know, maybe I don't want that house. Maybe I don't want that car. Maybe I could have, you know, not gone to a certain school. There's all these things that come, I feel like, with being an immigrant child, that you kind of feel like, well, you know, I'm doing it because my parents sacrificed so much. But at some point, you've got to be like, well, is that really my dream? Is that really what I want? And, you know, I realized, I really came to a head with that once I got the fancy law firm job, and I realized I didn't want it. I really want to write. So even now, because it's still a dream of mine to keep and continue doing it, I'm trying to, and I'm doing my best, because I feel like our stories do need to be told. But the practical side of me is kind of like, you know, it's tough. It's tough to justify sometimes. And it's exhausting too. The world right now is an exhausting place to live in. And that can be hard too. So dreaming of the end of Corona and maybe some childcare and space to write. That's what I'm dreaming about right now.
Thank you. How about you, Julissa?
Oh, there I go. Yeah, thanks for that question. That's such a big, broad question, and so I love it, because we can take it whatever direction we want. I did want to say, before I answer that question, something that I forgot to mention is about it's about libraries and librarians and how important they were for me as a child. Just thinking about just the library, the first time I ever had something with my name on it that was a piece of paper that I received in the United States was my library card that had my name on it. And it made me feel so legitimate, even having this little piece of paper, which is, I think, as Melissa mentioned, like, you know, something that I am trying to undo in my life now, which is to always measure against myself by the standards that society measures us by. And so right now I'm working on my third book. It's called Rejecting Assimilation. And it really is about dreaming about a world in which we can be ourselves, fully ourselves, without measuring against a white standard and without viewing white as the center of the universe and as something that we need to assimilate to. Because the reality is that when we talk about assimilation and becoming more American, when we ask immigrants to do that, when we ask Latinos to do that, when we ask people of color to do that, what we're really saying is we want you to be more white. And so I am trying to dispel that notion in my next book, and really, again, just dreaming of a world in which borders don't keep families separated. Father's Day is coming up, and it's a day that's very difficult for me, because one of the stories that I don't share in Alguien Como Yo or in Someone Like Me, that I do share in my adult book, is my dad's passing away, and he was in Mexico and I was in the US, and I was still undocumented at that time. And so if I had gotten on a plane to go see my dad, I might not have ever made it back to the US. And so that was that was a really difficult day in my life, and continues to be a choice that I wish I had made different. And so, if we're talking about just really big dreams, I dream of a day where borders are not the reason why families can't be with each other, to hold their dad's hand as they take their last breath. That is not the reason why people can't attend each other's weddings and celebrate. That's what I dream of. And in the work that I do as an author and as an activist is something that I try to work very hard towards every single day.
Thank you so much. Roberto, what are you dreaming about now?
Wow, how do you follow my peers up? But I'll try. I have short-term and long-term dreams. My short-term dream is that Black freedom would lead us to a world freed of the stain and the tragedy of imprisonment and prison industries and policing industries that are unnecessary to our daily lives as human beings, that we would have the dignity to be free of that violence, and that, Black freedom movement would do what it's done throughout U.S. history and help bring about others of us to take charge and do work for freedom. On a concrete term, after my book gets published, I dream that it sells, honestly, but that's a selfish dream. But I actually teach writing, and I teach my students something I read in both Carl Jung and Anais Nin, which is basically, they said, proceed from the dream outward. So that's kind of my approach to writing. I always kind of try to tap into the deeper self to find what the real dream is. So my next book is the dream of levity that counterbalances the gravity in the book that I just wrote. It's a heavy book. It's got a lot of things. It's got levity in it too, dark. And I think it's readable. Otherwise, people are just going to go, this guy's dark. But it's a book about macaws, scarlet macaws, the walking, talking, flying rainbows that are. I fell in love with them after my mom died, and they helped me work through my trauma and my sadness about my mother's passing, one of the greatest losses I've known. And so it's a kind of story of my mom too, because the scarlet macaws. I don't know. I ascribe all this stuff to it that I associate with my mother. The beauty, the power, the flight, the levity, and the gorgeousness of her. And it's also a story of kind of what I call the continental unconscious that connects people across the Americas, because I've gone to places like Chihuahua, Mexico, where archaeologists have found the bones of 500 macaws in the desert. So I traversed kind of like cartels, zones that are being fought out by the Juarez and Sinaloa cartels, to go find these birds. Like I said, I'm crazy. So, and there were the 500 bones of these birds that Azteca traders had brought to the north to trade with the ancestors of the Zuni and other peoples living today. And so they extended the habitat of the macaw. So it's a story of kind of humanity interacting with this bird, and it's a story of my mom. I haven't written it yet. The other, and I'll conclude with that, is the other dream I have is writing a book that I've already started that I call Letters to a Young Poet Warrior. And it's basically my thoughts on, well, what kind of literature do we need right now? I feel like literature failed us to prepare us for this epic moment that we're living in right now, by and large. So how do we develop a literature that's epic, that's in tune with the epic moment that we're in, that prepares our children, that prepares us for the fight of our lives that we're in right now and getting in deeper? So I don't know if I'll succeed, but I'm going to give it my best. And thank you again.
Thank you. Susie, what are you dreaming about now? I think you're on mute.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I was going to say, I'm thinking about this because everyone gave such great answers, but I think I've been the kind of person that had big dreams, right? And it's really hard to take it the small days. And I think that with COVID, with lockdown, I'm in England actually. So I was living in Brooklyn before. My husband got a job here, so I moved. So right now I'm actually quarantining in Cambridge in the UK. So it's isolating in so many ways, being abroad and being away from family and friends. But I think one thing it's given me is the perspective to take everything day by day. And that's something that I don't think I've ever learned before. It was always, here's my goal, here's my big dream, right? And if I achieve it, I'll be happy. I think what I've learned from this period is, I don't think so. Like getting through each day, making sure, you take care of yourself, you get your work done, you see what's happening in the world. I would say that for me now, it's all about the small dreams. And also if I had a big dream, it would be the elections, because in the UK, I'm like, oh my God, I can't come back to America. Like, let's see what happens. So I think I've been following the news pretty carefully these past few months. I think that's the lesson from this year for me.
Thank you all so very much. Thank you for sharing your stories and your big dreams and small dreams. We're very grateful for your time. This is Julissa Arce, author of Alguien Como Yo from Vintage Español, translated by Wendelin Perla. Melissa Rivero, author of Los Falcón from Vintage Español, translated by Jamie Collier. Roberto Lovato, author of Unforgetting, published by HarperCollins, and Susie Yang, the author of White Ivy, published by Simon & Schuster. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks for coming.
Take care.
Bye.
Hello again, everyone, and thank you, Miriam, and all our authors. That was an excellent panel. And as I was saying to the committee before, it's exciting to see and to hear the voices of all diverse authors that we had today. So thank you so much for sharing your stories. So now we are moving to our other part of our conference. We are moving along to our Reforma Northeast Chapters Awards. And as you can see on your screen right now, I'm thrilled to announce the winner of the Purabel Pre-Librarian of the Year Award 2020, Georgina Rivas-Martinez. She is attending in our audience right now. I want to read one line for you all, and then some parts of the nomination letter we received. So I love this line. I think it really resumes everything the amazing job Georgina is doing. It says, she is a champion for better service to Long Island's Spanish-speaking community, and we are all better for it. This letter was submitted by Darla Salva Cruz. So if you allow me, I'll read you some of the sentences from that letter that made everyone in the committee so excited to name Georgina or Purabel Pre-Librarian of the Year Award. It reads, in the time I've had the pleasure to know and work with Ms. Rivas-Martinez, I have witnessed the extensive work she has done for the Latinx and Spanish-speaking community. She is responsible for the WOW, or Without Walls team, through which she promotes Spanish service offered by the library. This includes creating a Spanish page on the library website, creating a library Facebook page in Spanish, creating Spanish language editions of the library newsletter, and managing translations building-wide. Not only that, in 2019, Georgina received the Reforma Northeast Chapter Judith Rivas mini grant, which she used to create a very successful program oriented around Hispanic Heritage Month, celebrando la herencia hispana con cuentos y leyendas de Latinoamérica. Attendees were able to celebrate their heritage through books and through the library community, and went home with Spanish language books of their own to help build their home libraries. Not only that, Georgina was also awarded the Reforma Northeast Chapter 2016 Lillian Marrero Scholarship, and has served on that same award committee since 2018. She also currently serves on the Ask Quicklist Committee, serves on the Purabel Pre-Expansion Task Force, and her hard work has been recognized by ALA and ASK. She has been chosen by ASK to be the representative to the 2019 Emerging Leaders Program. So with just a few moments on what I read, it's no doubt that we're very proud and honored Georgina Rivas-Martinez for Purabel Pre-Librarian of the Year Award. The awardee receives also a plaque, which will be given to Georgina once we're able to resume our meetings in person. But please join me in congratulating Georgina. Thank you so much. So now I'm going to let Luis Muñoz say a few words about our next portion of our conference.
Hola, mi gente. Hello again, everybody. My name is Luis Muñoz, past president of the Reforma Northeast chapter and currently serving on ALA Council and starting in a few weeks on the ALA Committee on Diversity. In 2010, one of our other past presidents, Libby Romero, proposed a new award to recognize the achievements of longtime members. And so that spring, the chapter voted to create a special Lifetime Achievement Award designed to honor and to recognize a chapter member who has achieved professional excellence and has made lasting contributions to promote library and information services to Latinos and to Spanish-speaking, not only within our region, but also on the national and the international levels. This Lifetime Achievement Award is a special award, and we have only bestowed this distinction twice in the last 10 years. Earlier this year, Teresa Malauer, formerly of Lectorum Publications and later of Malauer Publishing Services, passed away. And with her passing, the library world and the publishing industry lost one of our most passionate voices and advocates. Many of you knew or met Teresa, who worked for almost 60 years in the Hispanic publishing community and industry. Among many ways that Teresa worked on behalf of the Latinx community, she was a pioneer who translated and or published hundreds of Spanish and bilingual books, presenting voices of the Latin diaspora and the immigrant experience. Not only did Teresa present, publish, and promote many works of English language and Latin American authors and illustrators, she also provided a platform for many multicultural, multilingual voices from all across the world. And thus, she embodied the very best of all of ALA's ethnic affiliates. Over the years, Teresa was an enthusiastic supporter of many Reforma events and initiatives, and she also mentored and inspired many of our members. Earlier this spring, I proposed that our chapter rename our award as the Teresa Malauer Lifetime Achievement Award, a motion that passed unanimously. Please join us in watching the following brief video in Teresa's honor, created by Libby Romero, with contributions from some of the library and publishing professionals who knew Teresa best. After which, our current chapter president, Adriana Blancarte-Hayward, will read a few words from Teresa's family who are here with us today. Muchísimas gracias, Teresa Malauer, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you again, Libby, for this beautiful tribute to Teresa and her legacy. For everyone, we'll be linking the video on our website as well. There is also a special page on our conference website where you can read the full remarks that people sent us in Teresa's memory. So as Luis mentioned before, we do have some remarks on behalf of William Malauer and family that I will be reading to you all. They are here with us as attendees at the moment at this conference. It is a genuine honor for us to acknowledge and thank you for renaming your Lifetime Achievement Award for Teresa. We know it will have touched her greatly. Teresa passionately believed in Reforma's mission. She worked tirelessly to ensure that Spanish-speaking communities in the U.S., especially children, had equal access to library and information services, as well as to books through which they could learn, grow, dream, and participate fully in American society. That is why Terry spent much of her professional life translating classics of children's literature into Spanish, so Latinx children will enjoy these books that bring so much joy and knowledge to people's lives. Many years ago, Terry was sitting on the days of an event. We don't recall what the event was. During the meal, a Latina server approached her quietly and told her how much it meant to see one of us up here. It made that woman proud. If it was possible for Terry to be on that days, it was also possible for the children of that server to someday be up there too. Our lives touch others in so many ways that we don't always understand fully. That woman reminded Terry of that. And today, you remind us of that too. Your renaming of this award for Teresa is a perfect way of honoring her legacy. It has also helped ease our sadness and grief, and has made us very proud. We are grateful to you and thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you very much to William Malauer and family for sharing these words with us. And we hope that by changing the name of our Lifetime Achievement Award to now be the Teresa Malauer Lifetime Achievement Award, her memory continues to grow for many, many years to come. So thank you. And thank you everyone for being part of this event with us and sharing this. So with that beautiful video and note, we conclude our conference. We have still upcoming our networking rooms. We'll be sharing the link at the end, and also you all receive them in your email. We hope you can join us. But if you'll allow me, I do have some closing remarks and acknowledgements that I would like to share with you all. I would like to start, getting all my documents in order. I would like to start by thanking you all. Thank you all for being here and being part of our first virtual conference, the 16th Annual Reforma Northeast Chapter Joint Mini Conference 2020, Facing New Challenges, Working in Community, Responding to Crisis. For those of you that join us a little later, my name is Adriana Blancarte-Hayward. I work at the New York Public Library, and I am the president of the Reforma Northeast Chapter 2019-2020 and chair of this year's Joint Mini Conference Committee. My heart is full of gratitude. It's been beautiful to join you all, celebrating Juneteenth, giving space and hearing from all our different yet similar voices, learning and coming together, despite or maybe because of all the challenges our communities continue to face. We need to continue to take care of ourselves and support each other. We are stronger together. In the midst of planning for this year's conference, the global pandemic hit. I proposed to the team the idea of moving the conference online, something new for all of us. And I'm very proud to say everyone joined in and supported the idea. And we have been working hard, learning and having fun along the way. So thank you to my committee. Thank you. Many of you can show the next slide, please. Thank you to Asuncion, Elisa, Fred, Libby, Linda, Luis, Mary, Manny, Roxana, Tanya, and Tess, part of Mi Familia Reforma. I hope you enjoyed our conference. We had a great lineup of presenters for you today from all over the United States and even from Europe. And I also want to thank our sponsors who are always very supportive of the chapter and our events. And this year, they contributed a donation towards our scholarship fund. Chao Luna, CINCO Books, Penguin Random House Vintage Español, Scholastic, Lectorum, Spanish Publishers, and Centrum Bookstore Marketing. Please visit our conference website for all details. We have been recording the conference and our goal is to post it on our website. So next, I would like to make one announcement, and I would like to introduce you to our incoming president for next year, Asuncion Cora. And also share with everyone on the call, you probably received the email already if you're a Reforma Northeast member. Also congratulate Elisa Garcia, Vice President, President-elect for the next cycle, and Jessica Agudelo, our incoming secretary. So I want to let everyone get to know Asuncion. So Asuncion will speak for a couple of minutes.
Hi, everyone. So as Adriana mentioned, my name is Asuncion. I am a young adult librarian at the New York Public Library. So I want to say thank you first to Adriana for being a great leader this past year and for working so hard to ensure that everything ran smoothly, especially during these last few months that have been really difficult. Congratulations again and welcome to Jessica Agudelo and Elisa Garcia, our newly elected Secretary and Vice President, President-elect. I look forward to working with you both and with Manny Figueroa, our treasurer for life, as well as the entire Northeast chapter, to continue creating more innovative programming and networking opportunities for our members and colleagues. I hope you all have enjoyed the conference, and thank you again. I hope to see you at the networking session.
Thank you, Asuncion. So now we are all going to open the networking room. So please join the room of your choice. You can, in your email, you have the direct link as well. I'm going to be posting on the chat box so you can click from there and it's easier. And we hope you can join us there. But thank you again. Thank you so much for being here today. You'll be receiving an evaluation form as well so we can learn how to improve this. So give me a second and I'll post the links in the chat box. Okay, so those are the different networking rooms. And I just see that the presentation doesn't have it. So I'm going to just say it out loud so you know. The networking room 1 is just general networking and chatting with colleagues. Networking room 2 is networking room 2 is the wellness break. Jenny Lizarraga and Lisa Meléndez will be there. Networking room 3 is talking about anti-Asian racism with young people. Sarah Park will be there. Networking room 4, La Biblioteca in Times of Crisis. Our colleagues from LAPL will be there. And networking room 5 is another general networking room. So we hope you can join us there. Thank you, everyone. We'll keep this open for a moment so everybody can join the other room. If I can, Manny, you're still there. You can feel free to say hello. You've been helping so much as well. People.
Hi, everyone. So Adriana, did you stop the recording?
I'm doing that right now.
And Adriana, I know you have one of the rooms, so go ahead. I'll keep it going so that people can get the information.
Okay.
All right.
I'll be joining over there. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, and I'm going to stay on with everyone until everyone can go ahead and grab the